How y'all doing? How y'all doing? What up, what up? Trying to get all my chats set up. Alright. Tom, you look good in that color. In red, really, you like red. You're a big fan of red. I'll make sure to wear red more often. Thank you. Can you replace this intro lady with Mantis? Mantis would probably add too many cuss words into it, and you can't have cuss words in the first couple minutes of a video or else you get demonetized, so. It's maroon and wear less red. Well, maroon is a type of red, so hate to break it to you, lady, but maroon is on the red spectrum. Hutch wears that color better. Bro, you know what? Even on my Tom Bottery account, I think I'm too famous at this point. You know what? I think I need to slow it down a bit. I'm apparently way too famous because I commented on a video about Arc Raiders. And this is the video. I'll show you the video, okay? Wait, what? Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Well done. Fucking killed it. Like, got the zip line across. That was amazing. Like, well timed and everything. Oh man, so good. So I go and comment, and I said on this, based as fuck, and he replied to me, "You're so bald." Who the fuck is this guy? This is my Tom Bottery account. This is Tom Bottery. I fucking commented on Tom Bottery. I'm too famous, guys. I'm too famous at this point. I need more alt accounts. I need more sock accounts is what I need. Who heals mid-fight? everybody should heal mid-fight. Like that's one of the things that I was talking about that I like about this game is that in Call of Duty, like most of the time when you're fighting, like you start shooting and you shoot until everybody's dead. Like that's normally how it goes. Like you just keep fucking shooting. You don't have much time to reload. You don't have much time to like put more plates on. You don't like you put on plates in between fights most of the time, not like in the middle of a fight. You don't have time. But in this game, everything's much slower, and you do have time to like stop, charge your shield, heal, go back, fight again, then go back, hide again. You know, charge your shield, heal, go back, fight again. Like it's a lot slower. It takes a lot longer. It's but yeah, you should always try to heal in the middle of a fight. Because like the other guys, because they were up in like in the middle, they ended up dying because there was no point where they were able to like stop and heal, and so they were able to kill them really easily. But going into like hiding for a second and getting in the cover and being able to heal, pretty big advantage. Was Rob Nora on Tim Pool today? Oh, it was 2 days ago.
That's about it. Yeah.
Lot of eating.
Lot of eating.
Okay. Yeah, that's 5 minutes fair. Yeah. You know, I bring you on these things because the internet keeps telling me that I'm chubby. And it's like, you know, you want to have that friend. You want to have that friend because then you just like, you like look better in comparison. Okay, whatever. Okay. Next panelist. All right.
Sheesh. Nicotine should be out of my body completely in about 5 hours or so. I mean, if you've worked out and like done yoga and stuff, it should be out already. Like actually like working out and drinking lots of water makes it to where it'll flush out a lot faster. The more you get your blood pumping, the faster it'll get rid of it. So yeah, should already be going. I feel less withdrawals, but still need some. Well, W's in chat for Mantis for getting off the nick. Well done. Well done. All right. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We are still raising money for RAM, so if you want to donate, we're at $68 out of 200. We did one stream and got 68. So if you want to donate to that, use the tips link. You can either use it in the description. You can type !tips in chat and it'll pop up with a link, or you can go to the main page and find it there. But appreciate everybody's donations, appreciate everybody's help. We do have a debate coming up on Monday. It's going to be Wick versus Marte, talking about ice. And then we have a panel a couple of days after that. But alright, let's get into it. What is this? Oh.
Get out the house! No warrant! You didn't even touch him. Why are you touching him? Why are you touching him? Papi, este para acá, este para acá. ¿Por qué le estás sacando?
Where is your warrant? Where is your warrant? Where
Oh my goodness. Bro, again, they just rough him up and then leave him? Where, like, how can people keep acting like this is justified? How can people keep defending this, dude? How can they do this? Like, if they had arrested him, then maybe I would be like, okay, like, you know, whatever. But when they don't even arrest them, they just turn around and fight them and wrestle them and then leave over and over and over and over. This is what they keep doing, is they keep just trying to intimidate people. They keep just trying to rough them up and then dip out. There's no justification for that. There's no way you can justify this. This is insane. This is freaking insane. How can anybody pretend that this is okay? I don't understand. Like, the argument over and over is like, well, you can't interfere with police on an official duty, but that what official duty is this? What official duty is beating them up? Like, if they're not arresting them. And this is the same situation in the Alex Preddy situation, where like they just shove a woman to the ground and then they're like, all right, cool, adios, and then they leave. What? They never arrested her. They never did anything. You can't turn around and act like this is official. This is some sort of official duty from the cops when all they do is just beat people up. Like, I don't know what official duty that is, but for some reason my vertical feed, I keep trying to click on my vertical feed and it's taking me to like a normal YouTube video instead of like the vertical feed where I can like swipe up and down. Is anybody else having this problem? Is it just me? I have this problem sometimes. Like it's a lot of times when I try to. Let me see if I just switch to Tom Bottery if I can. Okay, yeah. All right. It works on Tom Bottery. It's when I'm on my own channel. It doesn't work. All right. How can you stand and watch that behavior from the couple? All the stupid screaming, stupid phones, stupid shouting, and think it's okay? You think the behavior is okay? You talk about the age. So, okay. So when you say it's okay, what about them yelling in their own home is not okay? Can you tell me? What is not okay? Like, what does that mean, okay? Are you saying, like, morally wrong? It's immoral to yell in your own home? Or are you saying it's illegal? Like, what are we talking about here when you say okay? Because when I'm saying this, I'm saying it is immoral and illegal, what it is that the agents are doing. I'm saying this is both immoral and illegal, and that you cannot push people, shove people, wrestle them to the ground because they yelled. That is not a justified reaction. So what do you mean when you ask that question, and I'll answer it for you. Yelling was almost normal growing up. Yeah, lots of these fucking snowflakes didn't have father figures to yell at them and engage in a lot of this fatherless behavior. So we liberals have to kind of teach them how to act. Yeah, so the guy does like shove the agent with the door as they're walking out. So yeah, so if he deemed this to be like, you know, assault on an officer or something like that, and he wanted to arrest him for it, he wanted to detain him for it, he wanted to write him a citation for it, something like that, that would be one thing. But if instead he's just like, oh, you touch me, I'll beat you up, and then just like turns around and starts fighting him. That's not okay. You're not a fucking gangster, dude. You're not a fucking gangster. You are a representative of the United States. You cannot just turn around and fight people because you feel intimidated by them. You don't get to act like you're some fucking thug on the streets, okay? This is insane. This is insane behavior. But if we took this bulletproof vest off this guy and instead put him in baggy jeans hanging below his waist with his underwear hanging out and like an unbuttoned shirt with some chains on him and everything, and then had the same exact thing, everybody what MAGA would immediately be like, oh, there's what's wrong with this guy? Can't believe he's acting like this. He's a fucking animal, dude, acting like a fucking crazed lunatic over here. But you put a badge on him and all of a sudden it's perfectly okay. No problemo. Who could be upset with this? This is from somebody called Long Island Audit. It says, what you are watching in this video should disturb every American, no matter your politics. So, okay. So this is something that I was wondering earlier. A lot of the people that we see that are First Amendment auditors, if you guys know what that is, it's like people who go to like the post office and record, or they follow around police officers and record. And this is part of our freedom of speech. This is a part of our First Amendment rights. And so for a long time, we've had First Amendment auditors who follow around cops or go to government buildings and record to see if they'll get kicked out, or to try to get arrested, or to try to get cops to start like questioning them and things like that. And what it is that like the whole thing is like, okay, if you arrest me, I get to sue you. Like, this is my right. It's been upheld in the Constitution, in the Supreme Court many times. So I'm gonna have an easy lawsuit if you arrest me. And they're provocateurs. A lot of times they'll kind of, you know, push the officers a little bit and get a little too feisty. But the thing that I've been wondering is like almost all First Amendment auditors are like libertarians or right wingers. Like they're Republicans. It's by far the majority of them are going to be right wing, either libertarian or Republican. And I kept wondering, where's all the First Amendment auditors talking about this? Where's all the right wingers who care so much about freedom of speech and what it is that like cops do, and making sure that cops act right and do the right thing? Where are they? Where do they go? I haven't heard any of them talking about this stuff. Where are they? So this guy's name is Long Island Audit. Maybe that's who he is, but I think he might be a First Amendment auditor, a constitutional activist and investigative journalist. Protect your rights with Attorney Shield. Huh, okay. Federal agents forcing entry into a private home without a judicial warrant is a direct assault on the Fourth Amendment. The Constitution is crystal clear. The government cannot enter your home without a warrant signed by a judge based on probable cause unless there are true emergency circumstances. Your home is supposed to be the most protected space in this country. When agents ignore that line, they are not enforcing law, they are breaking it. And just to be clear, the ICE has been like held accountable. They have been held responsible in court numerous times. They have faced consequences in court numerous times where they have told them that you cannot go inside of these houses, you cannot use these warrants. You have to go through the full process before you can enter somebody's home, whether they are a citizen or not. You cannot just go inside their home, and they just keep doing it anyways. They just keep doing it anyways. They're not stopping. So it gets worse when the homeowner closes his own door after they leave. He's assaulted. That's not officer safety. That's retaliation. Use of force is only lawful when there is an immediate objective threat. A man shutting his own door on his own property is not a threat. That's punishment for asserting control over his home. So that's exactly. That's why I said if they turned around and arrested him, that would be one thing. But, and I'm not even saying that he necessarily did something wrong there. I think he probably did, but by pushing the door onto the officer. But even regardless of whether or not he did or not, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't just get to just go beat people up because they did something wrong. Like, that's not how that works. That is how tyranny looks in real time. Not tanks in the streets, agents who think a badge lets them bypass judges, bypass rights, and use force when their authority is questioned. The entire purpose of the Constitution is to put government in chains, not the people. If this is allowed to stand, the Fourth Amendment becomes a suggestion instead of a protection. Today, it's this man's door. Tomorrow, it's anyone's. Rights don't disappear because a federal patch is on someone's sleeve. Every American who cares about liberty, left or right, should condemn this. You can support law enforcement and still demand they follow the Constitution. In fact, that's the only position that's truly pro-American. True. All right, so let's see.
Do it.
Delete your footage now.
You heard her. Do it.
Delete your footage.
Yep. Okay, yeah, he is. Unhinged court administrator wants to arrest auditor for recording in public. Watch now on YouTube by clicking the link below. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah, so it does sound like he's, like he's a First Amendment. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yeah. You're. You're. Yep. That's what I thought.
$1 million. Qatar, Saudi Arabia giving $25 million. Qatar, all of these countries. These are people that kill women and treat women horribly, and yet you take their money.
Not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense, and you should know better.
Why don't you give back the money that you've taken from certain countries that treat certain groups of people so horribly?
You should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, 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 don't give us, I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much.
Why don't you give back the money? I think it would be a great gesture.
I thought it was a beautiful gesture. Now, there are those that say we shouldn't be accepting gifts to the Defense Department. And I would say only a stupid person would say that.
Only a stupid person would say that, guys. Only a stupid person would say something like that. That's not something a smart person would say.
It should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people.
We're giving to everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept a gift?
If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo.
Interesting. Interesting theory he's got there.
They were denied bond, these 5-year-olds, by an immigration judge based on, in part, based on a lack of property and a lack of assets. That was in a separate decision about each of these children. How much property does a 5-year-old need to not be deemed a significant flight risk? Is the judge counting pieces of candy? Stuffed animals? How is the immigration judge determining how much property a 5-year-old needs to own in order?
Aaron M. Sound with the bronze medal. Appreciate it, homie. Thank you, good sir. Let's get some cheers in chat for Aaron.
To not be a flight risk. They're having an extremely difficult time. They wake up crying every night. Their mother they wake up crying, mama, mama. They're worried that they're going to get separated from her just like they've been separated from their older sister. We ask that the population contribute to the family's GoFundMe so that we can establish that they do have property and they do have assets and that they deserve to be out and fight their removal case from outside this internment camp.
5-year-olds are flight risk. 5-year-old twins in Delhi Detention Center denied bond due to lack of assets, according to attorney. This is Jesus freaking Congress. Breaking DHS's trafficking twin 5-year-olds and refusing to release them because they lack property and assets. They're trafficking them? That's okay. That's how we're gonna put it. They're trafficking them. All right. Twin 5-year-olds have been detained at the Delhi Detention Center for 8 months. Whoa. An immigration judge denied them bond because of lack of property and lack of assets. And no, this wasn't based on their family. The decision was made separately for each child as an individual. So the US government is now arguing that 5-year-olds are too poor to be free, which tends to be the case for most 5-year-olds. Well, yeah, it would depend on whether or not their family is free. It would depend on, yeah, it would depend. I would have to have like more information here to know whether or not this is justified or not. But yeah, it would depend on like if they have actual family who's capable of taking care of them or something. That would obviously be a big part of this. So I would have to look into this a little bit more to know. Let's see. As a result, DHS is continuing to hold these children after already imprisoning them for 8 months in a for-profit concentration camp. That is child trafficking. So now, because the government has decided that kindergartners must meet a wealth requirement to not be trafficked, a GoFundMe has been started for these 5-year-olds. So these 5-year-olds can acquire assets to buy their freedom from US custody. And this is all by design. The Trump administration dismantled long-standing child detention protections, including moving to override the Flores settlement, which limited how long children should be held and required their release to family whenever possible. Those safeguards were replaced with policies that allow children to be detained for months and denied bond, all to make CoreCivic more money. Let's see. Children trapped in Texas immigration facility recount nightmares. Inedible food, no school. Before she arrived at the Delhi Immigration Processing Center last fall, Kelly Vargas said her 6-year-old daughter was thriving. Maria loved school and spent her afternoons drawing and playing with her cat. But Vargas said that within days of the family being detained and sent to prison-like facility in South Texas, where guards patrol the halls and the lights turn off. Is this the same? I don't think they gave us a state, or it just said the Delhi Detention Center. It's the same detention center, but this one says a 6-year-old, and I think the other one said it was 2 5-year-old. After years without accidents, Maria started wetting her pants and her bed. She cried through the night, asking when she and her parents would return to their apartment in New York. She begged to start breastfeeding again. Vargas, who was deported to Colombia with her family in November after having spent nearly 2 months at Delhi, said she never imagined the United States could act so callously. How are they going to do this to a child? Vargas told NBC News, speaking in Spanish. How could this happen here? Accounts for detained families, their lawyers, and court filings describe the federal detention center in Dili as a place where hundreds of children languish as they served containment food, received little education, and struggled to obtain basic medical care. The center was thrust into national spotlight last month after Immigration and Customs Enforcement took Liam Caneo Ramos, a 5-year-old boy, to the facility following his father's arrest in Minneapolis. An encounter captured in a photograph showing the boy in a blue bunny hat as he was taken into federal custody. The image ricocheted across the country, igniting outrage from lawmakers and public. To many Americans, it was a sudden introduction to the harsh realities of ICE's increasing reliance on family detention. But to Vargas, the lawyers who have spent months tracking conditions at Dili, Liam's fearful expression, and his father's account of the child falling ill while detained, captured something painfully familiar. Liam is all the kids there, said Becky Walzon, a senior attorney at the National Center for Youth Law, which monitors conditions at the facility under a long-standing federal court settlement. Just like Liam, we've had families tell us how their children have been horribly sick and throwing up repeatedly, refusing to eat, and becoming despondent and listless. Those concerns have taken on new urgency in recent days after health officials confirmed 2 measles cases among people detained at Dili. Oh my goodness. Advocates and medical experts warn that a highly contagious disease spreading inside a crowded facility housing young children, some already medically vulnerable, poses an acute public health risk. Well, the Trump administration is not going to care. They're sending them to another country, so it's not going to affect our country. So what's the big deal? Why does it matter? Lawyers representing the families at Dili say they have struggled to get clear answers from the Department of Homeland Security about the outbreak, including any steps being taken to limit its spread or to verify whether children are vaccinated. DHS defended its use of family detention in a statement on NBC News after this article was published. The agency said detainees at Dili are provided comprehensive medical care and other basic necessities, that it was taking action to contain the spread of measles. Medical staff is continuing to monitor the detainees' conditions and will take appropriate and active steps to prevent further infection, the agency said Friday. Ryan Gustin, a spokesperson for Core Civic, which has a contract to run the facility that's expected to bring $180 million annually, referred questions about Dili to DHS and said in a statement that the health and safety of those entrusted to our care is the company's top priority. Since April, when the federal government resumed large-scale family detention as part of the Trump administration's vow to dramatically escalate immigration arrests and deportations, an estimated 1,800 children had passed through Dili as of December, according to figures provided by court-appointed monitors. About 345 children were being held there with their parents that month. Walazan said, some families remain for a few weeks, others have been detained for more than 6 months. How is that possible? Again, like, if the entire reason for why they're being so aggressive is that they need to do this quickly, they need to get them out, they need to go, they get to go, and then they keep holding people for long periods of time and doing nothing with them. Why? What the fuck? Why? Why does this keep happening? Like, this is, and it truly, like, just so you guys, we already know why. It's because they're incapable of doing their jobs correctly. They're a bunch of children. The Trump administration does not have adults working for them. These are the most incompetent losers that have ever worked in our government. It's embarrassing. Like, we are supposed to be the greatest country with the greatest government and all the money. Why do we have the dumbest people running our country? Why? We've gone over court filings and shown, especially in the Abrego Garcia case, where they arrested him to deport him and then held him forever and didn't do anything with him. And there were literally numerous countries saying, hey, you guys can send him to us. We'll take him. And the Trump administration didn't deport him. And after a while, after not deporting him for a while, eventually they had to just let him out. There were tons of, there were numerous court hearings asking them, why haven't you deported him yet? And each time, I'm not kidding, each time a Trump administration official would show up and say, I don't know. I don't know why he hasn't been deported. We have no idea. Every single time. I'm not kidding. It's ridiculous. Give it up, dude. You still suck. Got me, dude. Damn. So yeah, the Trump administration over and over were given numerous opportunities. And just to be clear, the judge that everybody says is like an activist judge, right? They say this is an activist judge, that she was just trying to help Abrego Garcia all the time. This judge was pushing the Trump administration to hurry up and deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia. She kept telling them, guys, come on. Like, let's get this going. Let's get him deported. Let's go. Like, you can't hold him forever. And they did. They did anyways. They just kept holding him. And every time they would have another court hearing to find out what the fuck is going on, they would show somebody else just says, yeah, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. Since April, the federal government resumed large-scale detention. While it's unsaid, some families remain for a few weeks. Others have been detained for more than 6 months. Family detention was common during the Obama administration, and it expanded in President Donald Trump's first term before being largely halted under President Joe Biden. Unlike earlier iterations of family detention, many of the children now held at Dilley are U.S. residents, apprehended not at the border, but at their homes, outside schools, in courthouses, and during routine immigration check-ins. Holy shit. The Trump administration has argued the practice allows parents and children to remain together while removal proceedings are pending. But advocates and human rights groups say detaining children is harmful and never warranted, noting that families with pending immigration cases have historically been allowed to remain together outside detention, including through the use of ankle monitors. The overwhelming majority of parents detained with children are sent to Dilley, as sprawling complex set amid scrubland. An hour south of San Antonio, far from the communities where the families had been living. As immigration lawyers began sounding the alarm about conditions at the facility, the Trump administration filed a motion last spring to overturn a decades-old legal settlement requiring basic rights for immigrant children in federal custody, safeguards that advocates say DHS is already violating. The protections, known as the Flores Settlement Agreement, trace back to a 1985 class action lawsuit against the federal government alleging that immigrant children were being held in unsafe conditions. Interviews with immigration lawyers, William's father and Vargas' family, and dozens of sworn declarations from the detained families filed as part of the recent Flores litigation describe a facility that functions far more like a prison than a child care center. Constant surveillance, rigid schedules, overnight bed checks. Parents report that many children stop eating, lose weight, and become withdrawn. Families described sleeping in crowded dorm-style rooms with little privacy and filthy shared bathrooms. Outdoor areas are largely concrete and tightly supervised, parents say, and there are few toys or activities to occupy children indoors. This is so weird, dude. Like, I understand that there is a need to detain children sometimes, especially when their families are being arrested to be deported. I understand that. That makes sense. There has to be some sort of process there for this. And so just getting upset that children are ever being detained in any manner whatsoever is kind of ridiculous. But in this case, we're talking about them being treated as prisoners. We're talking about children being treated as criminals, adult criminals. These are children who are being put in prisons and being treated as prisoners. These are things that cause long-term psychological problems for adults who have to go through this. And now we're just doing it to innocent children? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And on top of that, if they can't even, like, again, do their basic duties by keeping the place clean, making sure the people are vaccinated, making sure that there aren't measles outbreaks, like, we're talking about basics, bro. The Trump administration said that they're taking us to the gold era. This is more like the fucking Stone Age, dude. We got measles outbreaks. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Families describe sleeping in crowded dorm-style rooms with little privacy, filthy shared bathrooms. Okay. It is a prison where we are keeping children as young as 1 year old, said Elora Mukherjee, professor at Columbia Law School and director of its Immigrants' Rights Clinic, who has represented several detained families. We're keeping children there who are currently breastfeeding. It's unconscionable. Food is a recurring source of distress. Court filings describe meals that are greasy, heavily seasoned, or inappropriate for preschoolers or infants. Several parents said they found worms or mold. Some children survived largely on crackers and juice. One mother said she resorted to sucking pasta sauce off of noodles for her child, hoping he would eat it. My younger son does not eat the food here. He is hungry all the time, another mother wrote in a sworn declaration submitted to federal court. He will only accept breast milk and it is not enough for him. He is growing. He is 2.5 and he needs to eat. Parents of children too young to grasp what is happening said they struggle to keep up a facade of normalcy. Adrian Alexander Caneo, Arias Liam's father, told Noticias Telemundo he passed the time by retelling stories from episodes of Bluey, the popular children's show about a family of blue heeler dogs, and recounting happy memories. He could do little else except hug him and tell him everything would be okay, Caneo said. Education is an afterthought at Dilley. Parents and lawyers say children get no more than an hour of daily instructions, and overcrowding means some are turned away. The work consists largely of worksheets and coloring pages, parents say. Older children say they are bored, falling behind, and missing their teachers and classmates. Inside the classrooms, there are two men laughing in English and watching YouTube, a 14-year-old detainee wrote in a sworn declaration. I was in 9th grade before I came here. If I had to go back to my country now, I'd have to repeat the grades because of all the school that I've lost. Medical care is also often cursory, families report, even when children show signs of serious illness or injury. In several cases described in court declarations, children, including some of the development delays or chronic conditions, regressed while they were detained, losing language skills, wetting themselves, or engaging in self-harm. Some parents said their complaints were dismissed until their children's conditions worsened significantly. This is so fucked up, dude. Like, again, this is... I've seen this over and over as well, where people complain about things like this. And MAGA responds and says, oh, Trump administration is just doing what every president does. This is normal. You guys didn't care when the Biden administration did the same exact thing. And then every fucking time they turn around and show that the Biden administration had numerous laws passed, executive orders, and things like that to make sure that families were taken care of, that they were being held in sanitary conditions, and that they were actually getting humane treatment, and that the Trump administration has fought against this and tried to get these standards removed. Like, there's no argument here. You can't try to pretend that this is something that every other president did when the Biden administration didn't. Yeah, Biden was probably the most Christian president we will have in our lifetime.
Okay. Imagine if we had to go through the process of getting a judicial warrant, an additional warrant, to go and apprehend people who we know are here illegally. How much time would that take? We don't have enough judges. We don't have enough time. It would take decades probably to do that.
They're always making excuses for why they shouldn't have to follow the law and why they shouldn't have to follow the Constitution. Over and over, they are always trying to find some excuse for why they don't need to follow the Constitution, bro. It's so ridiculous. It's so gross. What is wrong with these people? Who supports this? Who supports people arguing against the Constitution this consistently, dude? What is wrong with them? I can't, like, really, I can't imagine. I grew up a Republican. I spent the majority of my life as a Republican, 30 years of my life as a Republican. We were the ones who always virtue signaled that we cared so much about the law. We care so much about the Constitution. And then all of a sudden, Donald Trump comes in and can just say, well, fuck the law, fuck the Constitution. And MAGA just falls in line. They're all like, yeah, true, dude. True. Fuck the Constitution. Fuck the law. We don't need that shit. What happened? What happened to you people?
People who are advocating for that don't want any immigration enforcement. They do not.
This is so ridiculous.
Imagine if we had to go through the process.
This is an argument that Trump has made, that Stephen Miller's made, that J.D. Vance has made. We can't follow the law. That would be way too much. Oh no. Hold on. You guys remember the guy that we looked up some of his songs the other day? Apparently he was on Stephen Colbert recently. I thought this was
4 albums this year and is nominated for 4 Grammy Awards. Performing Join Ice, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Wells.
Well, good for him. All right. Well, all right then. So there's been a bunch of people who were upset about the Super Bowl pick. Obviously, Bad Bunny, somebody who speaks Spanish. Most of his songs are in Spanish. A lot of people were upset about this. I don't have a whole lot of videos to get into on it, but it's been kind of funny watching the back and forths on this, because one of the bigger developments was that TPUSA said that they were going to do their own halftime show for the Super Bowl, because they were upset with them picking somebody who was brown, I guess. So they did their own halftime show, and they had Kid Rock perform at the halftime show. And one of the things that's come out is that Kid Rock had lyrics talking about how he likes underage girls in one of his songs, and this is who they had come perform at the Super Bowl. And so now a lot of people are pointing out that, you know, there's a guy who really never addressed this, and has old lyrics saying that he's into underage girls, and some say this is statutory, but he says it's mandatory. Like, kind of fucked up. And the main response to this has been people saying, well, dude, he made that song for a cartoon called Osmosis Jones, so it wasn't even just like a regular song for him. He put this out for a kid's song. It's like, what, do you not think that makes it worse? Does that not make it worse that he would put this out for a kid's show? Does that make it better to you? I don't understand the argument here. Middle-aged Riot said, why boycott Kid Rock for political reasons when you can do it for musical ones? I mean, look, Bob with the Bob. Good song, okay? Can't take it away from him. Fucking classic. But, he is a fucking douchebag. Like, Kid Rock is definitely a douchebag. He's a fucking loser. So yeah, Kid Rock lyrics, young ladies, I like them underage. See, some say that's statutory. Or sorry, it's young ladies, I like them underage, see. Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. Song titled, Cool Daddy Cool. I think that starts off with, like, you know, girls call me daddy, girls call me daddy, or something like that. Now, some people say my mind's blown. I'm cooling like a snow cone. On my cell phone, I'm paid. Gee, can't tell me, just page me. Young ladies, I like them underage, see. Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. It's kind of funny too, because I saw a clip earlier of a rock and roll channel, a radio show host, who apparently said, I don't know why you guys are so upset about Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl. Like, it is what it is. Get over it. It's not that big of a deal. And somebody called in and was like, if you think it's okay for somebody like Bad Bunny who wears dresses to perform at the Super Bowl, then why don't you play that trans person's music on your channel? And the guy replied and said, well, first off, we play 80s music and 80s rock and roll. He doesn't do 80s rock and roll, but you seem to be an avid listener of this radio show and 80s rock and roll. So, would like to inform you that almost every single person that we play on this channel wore dresses. Every single one, all of them, pretty much across the board. They all, Ozzy Osbourne, Kurt Cobain, the Guns N' Roses, all of these people wore dresses and makeup, and like they all did this. And you still listen to their music just the same. This is like a normal thing with musicians, always has been, and all of a sudden you guys got all brain broken over trans people and now are freaking out about every little thing. But this has always been a thing for the majority of us who are alive today and who are adults. We have lived through almost all of our famous musicians, male musicians, wearing dresses. This has just been a thing that we have all watched our entire lives. And it's amazing that this is now all of a sudden. Nobody complained when all of these other rock and roll people were wearing dresses and then performed at the Super Bowl. Nobody complained with all of these other people performing at the Super Bowl after they all wore dresses. Nobody said shit. Do you wear dresses? Your mom asks me to put on her panties once in a while. But now all of a sudden, yes, Bad Bunny has this has the Super Bowl performance, and now all of a sudden they care about people wearing dresses. Bad Bunny will be the least watched NFL halftime show in US history. I will be watching Kid Rock. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's painful, dude. That's painful. How fucking stupid do you have to be to say something like this? Holy shit. You're talking about somebody who is currently maybe the most popular artist in the world, and you're sitting here saying he's gonna be the least watched. Isn't this what they said last year? What? I'm not gonna lie, I still have not gotten over how funny it was after Kendrick Lamar performed at the Super Bowl last year, and he had this whole performance that was supposed to be criticizing the United States and what our flag stands for and what America stood for, and after he did the performance where they're very critical of the United States and systemic racism and historical injustices, there's all of these fucking conservatives coming out who were like, I really enjoyed that halftime show. They actually were patriotic and had American flags and had Uncle Sam out there, and it was surprisingly very patriotic, and I really enjoyed it. And I'm happy that we're bringing patriotism back to the Super Bowl. Ah, shit, dude. Who's gonna tell him? Oh, no. Who's gonna fucking tell him, dude? Oh, it's I don't think I'll ever get over that. That was one of the funniest things in the world. But, yeah, Bad Bunny fills stadiums worldwide. Kid Rock fills country fairs sponsored by drywall companies. Bad Bunny's audience is global. Kid Rock's audience thinks salsa is a threat to national security. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. There's numerous videos of Kid Rock performing at tiny little country fairs. And literally nobody's even watching him. Nobody's even watching him. Nobody's paying attention to him. That like all these people are just walking around and there's like garbage all over the fucking lawn and everything, and there's nobody even watching him. And this is who TP USA was like, this is who we'll get. This old washed up 90s star. That'll really show the NFL. We'll get him. I think they ended up averaging like 4.9 million viewers, which is pretty good. I mean, TPS USA did a lot of really good propaganda for this, and was really able to use like culture war tactics to get all of these mindless bots to wander over and listen to a 60-year-old man jump around on stage. But yeah, still nothing in comparison to the Super Bowl. I mean, like a poorly watched Super Bowl, I think would be like 50 million people. So I don't think you're doing much. But I think this is probably one of the most watched. So for those who don't know how this works, okay? The NFL is an entertainment company. They are not a political company. They're not doing politics. You might think they're doing politics, but that's because your world is very small. You have very few options that you are capable of thinking of when you look at their Super Bowl options. You just have very few reasons you can think of. But for those of us who have a bigger worldview and we are able to consider more options, it's fairly obvious that every single year the Super Bowl halftime show is picked based on who will get people to watch who are not already watching. Okay? So if they go get some country music star, that's something that will just get the people who are already watching to continue watching. No, like, why? Why would you do that? You don't want to just appease the people who are already watching. You want to get other people who aren't going to watch to tune in now. So what you do is you go and get somebody who appeals to people who likely will not watch the Super Bowl. And getting somebody who will be rapping in Spanish, while people who say football in Spanish, they're talking about fucking soccer. So they don't even have football. They don't even have the sport over there. So they're getting somebody who will appeal to a bunch of people who are not normally going to be watching the NFL or the Super Bowl. That is the way this works. That's why they got Kendrick Lamar. That's why they got the people before. They are generally trying to get people who will appeal to outside audiences. They are not just trying to appeal to inside audiences. They are an entertainment company. They are there to get more people to watch, because the more people that watch, the more people watch their ads, the more they get paid. That's how that works. They're there to make money. They don't give a fuck about your politics. They don't give a fuck about your trans issues. They don't give a fuck about your fetishes with dresses. They just want to make money. Then, is it true Telemundo was pushing Super Bowl ads hard, trying to get what Latins into football Americano? I have no idea. I don't know why anyone cares about any of the shit. Me neither. Like normally, like you would think that, like, oh, it's just a Super Bowl halftime show, like whatever. It's not a big deal. But conservatives will find some way to be victims. They will always find some way to cry. They'll find some way to pitch a hissy fit. They'll find some way to just whine and cry about every fucking little thing. And this is our America today. This is what we've got. It's just a bunch of whiny babies. Did he wear a dress? Did he wear a dress at the there were so many I heard so many conservatives say he's planning on wearing a dress at the halftime show. Did he wear a dress? Did anybody? Apparently, like every single conservative that I heard talk about this, like Glenn Beck and all these people, they said that he always wears dresses and that he's trans. Like there's a bunch of like conservative, especially like boomers, who literally think he's trans and that he's just always wearing dresses. That he's never not wearing a dress. Tried watching the Turning Point halftime show, and it felt like white recruiting center. Did they get? I remember Tom McDonald saying that he wanted to be in the halftime show. Did they get Tom McDonald? Did they get Tom McDonald? Does anybody know? I was hoping to fucking God they got Tom McDonald. A Canadian? Yes! That's why I was hoping they got Tom McDonald, dude. Because they were complaining about the fact that all of this, like, you know, oh, this is anti-American and blah, blah, blah. Okay, like, Puerto Rico's, you know, under American control. We own Puerto Rico. I do think it's cringe. A lot of, like, liberals and people on the left keep saying Puerto Rico is America. It's not really. It's not America. They have their own president. Like, there's a joke by Cat Williams recently where, you know, Trump says that he spoke to the president of Puerto Rico, and Cat Williams is like, what? Who did you talk to? You're the president of Puerto Rico. What are you talking about? Well, no, they have their own president. It's like that's the person who was offering to take Abrego Garcia was the president of Puerto Rico. So it's considered a territory. Yes, it's a U.S. territory. Correct. Yeah. They have their own president? That doesn't sound right. Are you serious? Okay, Google. Who's the president of Puerto Rico?
The president of Puerto Rico is Donald Trump. And
okay, hold on. Google is a fucking liberal propaganda machine, okay? Am I thinking of the wrong country? Am I thinking of the wrong country? I said Puerto Rico. Maybe I'm thinking of... Hold on. Costa Rica. Sorry. Okay, I was thinking of the wrong country. I'm thinking of Costa Rica. They're both fucking brown people, okay? It's all the same to me. I don't fucking care, okay? Tom, you look extra Hispanic today. I assume this is to celebrate the browning of America. Of course. Of course. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yep. Tom, don't do this, buddy. Don't make me be right and you be wrong. It's a first, man. It's a first. Congratulations. You were actually right for once. Save it. One is an American territory, the other one isn't though. Yeah, I didn't say Costa Rica was. I got it. So now you just went back to being wrong. Sorry, buddy. You were almost there. You were so close. You were so close, bro.
So you see this guy running towards your car. He's asking for help.
Right, yeah. Obviously, it seemed like he was like an urgent need, and so we let him in.
Day Gotcha was driving through downtown Minneapolis with her friend when a man who was being...
See, look at this. CNN's even got this fucking person with a... What is that? A Mexican accent? Over here. And then they got a trans person. What is this? Liberal propaganda, dude. Oh my goodness.
Chase jumped into their car.
So we kind of just assumed that, you know.
All my comments are lagged stuff. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
ICE. He had been attacked by ICE.
The man she and her friend had picked up and were driving to safety was Jake Lang.
Along the way, it was like really just me and her asking like who he was or like why this crowd was after him.
Bro, dude, imagine Jake Lang. Jake Lang goes to jump into a car to get away from people chasing him, and he jumped into a trans person's car, bro. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Hell yeah, bro. That is based as fuck, bro. Oh my goodness, dude. Holy shit, bro. If you don't know who Jake Lang is a professional victim. He calls himself a January 6th political prisoner. Claims that, I think he was the one who claims that he was imprisoned for years without trial, and that they were just trying to hold him forever. And in reality, Tim Pool has pushed this lie, tons of people have pushed this lie, that in reality, Jake Lang was arrested for going inside the Capitol. He was rioting. He was doing a lot of this shit. But when he got locked up in jail in New York, his lawyer, him and his legal team kept telling the judges that they wanted to push the case back. And every time they would set another court date, the prosecutors would set another court date, the Jake Lang's team would say, oh, we just got some new evidence. This is groundbreaking. It's going to change the case. We got to push it back. They literally pushed the case back for 3 years. For 3 years, they kept pushing the case back. And the last time they tried to push it back, they were denied. They were told, no, you are not pushing the case back anymore. But the whole time they're pushing the case back, they're then going and making media statements going, they won't allow him to have a hearing. They won't let him have a hearing, and they won't let him be heard. He is a political prisoner, and they are making sure, and they just kept going back to the fucking news. Being like, yep, they won't let him be heard. And they would post this all over Twitter, and Tim Pool's dumbass would fall for it. And then normal people like me, who actually care about the truth, we would go to the fucking court filings and look it up and read that his lawyers were the ones who were pushing the court dates back every single time. It was just them every fucking time. I'm pretty sure that's the same person, right? That's who I'm thinking of. Jake Lang was locked up for over 4 years, approximately 1,095 days, or 4 years and 6 days, following his arrest on January 16th, 2021 for his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. He was held without bail during this period while awaiting trial on multiple charges, including assaulting law enforcement officers with a baseball bat. Lang was released in January 2025 after receiving a pardon from President Trump. Duration. He was one of the longest serving January 6th defendants, spending over 1,200 days in custody before his release. Lang claimed to have spent at least 900 days in solitary confinement during his incarceration. He was released January 2025 following a presidential pardon. In February of 2026, Lang was arrested again in Minnesota for destroying an ice sculpture. Oh.
Him, and all that he would say was like, I'm a bad boy and I do bad things.
Lang is a far-right activist, a part.
This is it. This is it.
January 6th rioter who is
That's the ice sculpture.
charged with assaulting an officer at the U.S. Capitol.
Pro-ice, baby! America first, America!
This is a big MAGA hero, right? This is somebody that MAGA is props up pretty heavily, but they whine and cry about, you know, people who are obstructing officers, breaking the law, staying here on expired visas and shit like that. But this is somebody who literally assaults officers and destroys private property and shit, public property, and does all sorts of heinous crimes. And they'll vote, you know, they're happy with this criminal. I think he's also running for Congress or something like that, and that they're happy with this criminal just the same as they're happy with Donald Trump, somebody who's a convicted felon as well. So they just constantly uplifting convicted felons and criminals and people like this. This is what we would consider MAGA caliber.
Over the last year, Lang has toured the country with a campaign characterized as racist and xenophobic.
What's your message to all the Muslims here in the United States?
Go home. Go back to Somalia. This is a Christian country.
On the afternoon,
if you guys remember, I think there was also a situation. Do you remember the kid who was involved in a stabbing at a high school? Carmelo Anthony stabbed, I think his name was Austin Metcalf. And Jake Lang held a big protest for Austin Metcalf, saying that they needed to Tom, you're a convicted felon. Correct. And I did my time. 1 and 2, I don't celebrate the crimes that I committed. I don't act like I was justified in committing those crimes. I don't act like I was a victim. And in 3, I do talk about these things as a negative. I do talk about all of this as bad things that I did, not good things. I don't act like I was some sort of hero for committing crimes. So very different. Also, that was 18 years ago. He's currently still doing this shit. So very different. Very, very different. Also, I'm not running for office and not the president. So close though. You notice all these live chats with Democrat liberals. They were so quiet when Obama was the president. They didn't care about him breaking the record for the most deportations ever. What do you mean we didn't care about it? What does that mean we didn't care about it? Can you explain what that means, we didn't care about it? Because, 1, it was liberals who gave Obama the nickname Deporter-in-Chief, right? That was liberals, right? The Deporter-in-Chief. That was a nickname that Democrats gave Obama while he was in office, number 1. Okay? Number 2, we were happy that Obama broke the record. He ran on deporting people. This isn't, when you say we didn't care, like, you don't know what that means. He ran on this. We voted for him because he said he was going to deport people. We were okay with that. I don't know what that means. We didn't care. 3, the liberals like deportations. Okay, well, liberals are okay with deportations. We are happy getting illegal immigrants out of the country. We have no problem with that. We are liberals. We are cool with that. Now, progressives were not okay with the way that Obama was doing this stuff, and progressives were heavily critical of Obama when he was in office and the way that he was doing deportations. And 3rd, Obama changed a lot of the standards for how we do deportations. Donald Trump got rid of those standards, but Obama changed a lot of the standards to do them ethically. Donald Trump, currently, 5% of the people that he deports have some sort of violent criminal record. Okay, 5%. Obama had 90%. 90% violent criminal records. Okay, 90% for Obama. That's another. Then on top of that, Obama was not doing street raids and like these big propaganda, shows of force out in the streets doing this shit. Obama didn't do that. It's not a thing that anybody else has done except for Donald Trump. This is very specific to Donald Trump. Nobody has done the shit that Donald Trump is doing. Nobody. Okay? So and just to be clear, when you say nobody cared about Obama doing this, well, Obama has the record for an 8-year period. Biden has the record for a 4-year period. We just had Biden set the record during the last administration for a 4-year period. So this is when you say, "Well, they don't care." We're not against like deporting illegal immigrants. So what do you mean we don't care? Like, yeah, we cared. We voted for him for this shit. What do you mean? We're just not brain dead. We actually care about the law. We actually care about the Constitution. We actually care about Americans. We actually care about these things. We don't just virtue signal it all the time.
Day helped save Lang in downtown Minneapolis. He said he had planned to publicly burn a Quran.
Knowing what you know about Jake Lang now, would you have still helped him?
I feel like...
Yeah, that person did not respond. They did not respond.
I would have. I feel like no one deserves that type of treatment. Like, you don't deserve to die or be brutally beaten for your views politically, religiously.
Do you think Jake Lang would do the same for you? That
Absolutely
he would help
not. I mean, no. 100%. I'm exactly what he stands against, which is like a trans woman and a person of color.
You guys exchanged numbers in that moment because the car was damaged.
Yeah.
You text him, right?
So I said Jake, and then I said, hey, this is Dave from the car earlier. While I do not whatsoever support you or your ideals, I'm happy to see that you are going to be okay, and I hope this has some sort of impact on you, because the fear and urgency you felt trying to escape that crowd is what people here feel every day. America was never ours to begin with, so how does it make sense that we can't share, especially with people seeking safety and shelter?
Day says Lang never responded to her text message.
Ooh. What's your message to him if he's watching this?
My message would be, honestly, like, go to therapy.
The majority are loving this, and we want more deportations and less social. No, the majority are not loving this. By far, the majority are against Trump's deportations and the way that he's handling it. The majority of people are in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. The majority of people are against the way that Trump is doing it. The majority of people thought that the Alex Preddy situation was unjustified. The majority of people thought that Renee Good shooting was unjustified. The majority of Americans are against the way that Donald Trump is handling these things. So, even 60% of the Dems. No, 60% of Democrats are in favor of deportations, bro. Not what Trump is doing. That's a lie? Really? Okay. So you're quoting polling, right? So you believe in polling. You're not going to just say polling is fake when I pull up polling. You just quoted polling, right? You just quoted polling twice now. So don't turn around and act like polling is fake in just a minute when we go over this, okay? Trump with the lowest approval ratings is yeah, everybody's happy with him. As of early 2026, roughly 50 to 59% of Americans approve of Trump's efforts to increase deportations of immigrants living in the U.S. illegally, though approval for the tactics used by ICE and Immigration Customs and Enforcement is lower, with 60 to 63% disapproving of their methods. What? 60 to 63% disapprove of their methods? What the fuck? What happened? What happened, bro? What the fuck? What was that? What? Holy shit, dude, what? You do realize that you're doing everything BlackRock wants you to do. Trump isn't uniparty. Why this? Wait. Donald Trump has significant ties to BlackRock, primarily through strong working relationships with CEO Larry Fink, who acts as an advisor, and through BlackRock's involvement in major deals like the Panama Canal Ports acquisition that Trump publicly praised, alongside BlackRock's investment in Trump's own media companies. Their connection spans from advising on economic policy and infrastructure to strategic commercial investments that align with Trump's nationalistic goals, even as BlackRock also faces scrutiny from the Trump administration for ESG policies. BlackRock has had more involvement in the Trump administration than any other administration ever. So cool story, bro. Nice try. I love that you really care about BlackRock, and then all of a sudden you just ignore it when it's the Trump administration. But that's okay. Trump has significant ties to the world, dude. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, so just make excuses. That's fine. Whatever excuse works for you, bro. Whatever excuse. So it's okay if he has significant ties to the world. Literally every president has significant ties to the world. Every president ever has had significant ties to the world. Every single fucking president ever has had significant ties to the world. So so you're okay with all of them then? You're okay with all of them? I don't want to. You were just a second ago saying he's not the uniparty, that I'm doing what BlackRock wants, but in reality, Donald Trump has more, that BlackRock has more involvement in the Trump administration than any administration ever, and you're gonna make excuses for it. You don't give a fuck about BlackRock, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, anyways, February 2026 poll indicated 59% of Americans approved of increased efforts to deport people living in the country illegally. Others, 2026 polls have shown figures around 50 to 54%. While support for the policy of deportation exists, there is significant concern about the methods, with 61% of voters in early 2026 stating ICE had gone too far. Support is highly divided by party, with a substantial majority of Trump voters supporting the actions, 55% is about right, while many independents and Democrats are critical, particularly following intense, visible enforcement actions. Growing shares of Americans, 53% in late 2025, have expressed the administration is doing too much regarding deportations. So the majority are against Trump's deportations, okay? Now, these polls are from before the Good shooting and the Preddy shooting, and the majority of Americans felt those were unjustified. So that number is almost definitely above 60% at this point. Almost definitely above 60% at this point. The fact that people are acting like these are just deportations is the most embarrassing cope of all fucking time. It is the most embarrassing fucking cope of all time. It said 59 supports him. No, not him. No, they support immigration. They support illegal immigration enforcement. They support deportations, not him. So it says the majority of people are in favor of removing illegal immigrants from the country. The majority of people are against the way that Trump is doing it. Scroll up and read it again. A February 2026 poll indicated 59% of Americans approved of increased efforts to deport people living in the country illegally. Other polls have shown figures like 50 to 54%. Concerns over tactics. While support for the policy of deportation exists, there is significant concern about the methods, with 61% of voters in early 2026 stating ICE had gone too far. Partisan demographic split. Support is highly divided by party, with a substantial majority of Trump voters supporting the actions, 55% about right, say it's about right, while many independents and Democrats are critical, particularly following intense visible enforcement actions. So this is saying wait, what? As of February? Yeah. You realize, again, you're talking about deportations. You know that that's not where the disagreement was, right? How are you confused here? We're not disagreeing on whether or not Americans support deporting illegal immigrants. We aren't disagreeing on this. We all agree. Yes, the majority of Americans support deporting illegal immigrants. We have all agreed on this the entire time. That's not where the disagreement is. 59% support increased efforts, Trump's efforts. 60% thinks the methods are flawed. It didn't say efforts. It didn't say Trump's efforts. What are you talking about? It said increased efforts to deport people living illegally in our country. It does not say Trump's efforts. I don't know why you're fucking adding that in. It literally says that people who support Trump, only 55% of them think that this is about right. So even for Trump voters, it's only 55% of them who even support this. So I don't know what fucking cope you're on right now, but there's no way you think that the efforts to deport people means Trump's efforts in the way that he's doing it. I don't know what you think that means. Holy shit, if it's in February, then who else would it mean? There's not a who. There's not a who. You're just fucking adding that in. There isn't a who. It's just efforts to deport people. People are all in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. We're all in favor of this. We're all on the same team. This is why whenever people bring up, oh, Barack Obama and Biden, they deported all these people. Oh, nobody cared. Yeah, because we're not against deporting illegal immigrants. We're not against this. None of us are against this shit. We're against the way that the Trump administration does this. That's it. It's not that hard. It's not hard. This is what everybody has said from the beginning. This is what all the protests have been about. This is what all the shit's been about. It has been about the way that Trump does it. And even other polls show that before the Trump administration, that we had higher percentages of people saying that they wanted illegal immigrants deported. The only reason that it's down around like 60-65% now is because Trump's in office. And people are like, oh, well, the way that Trump does it, no, I'm not in favor of that. So for right now, no, I'm not in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. So there's lots of people who are still saying, yes, I'm in favor of deporting illegal immigrants, but they're not when Trump is in office. So honestly, we need to completely reassess this whole legal, illegal, anti-human logic. I don't think it's... I understand the argument for why people think it's, like, anti-human. I understand why people think it's, like, regressive. I don't think it is. I think it's accurate. I think that if somebody's body is literally in the country, that means that their body, their person is literally illegal. Like, that's what it means. It means, like, your body is not allowed to be on this side of the border without permission. If you are here, you are illegal. You as a person, you as a body, you are illegal. And so I understand why people feel like it's used in a way that is dehumanizing. I would say that for sure. But that's the case with anything. It's not the terminology that's problematic. It is, like, I've talked about this. When I was a conservative, Trump was running in 2016, and I was very much becoming, like, confused by the Republican Party, because I was like, what the fuck? Like, who is this guy? This guy's a fucking clown. He is not a Christian. He's not conservative. He doesn't believe in any of the shit that we believe in. He is fucking racist. He is a nut job. Like, there's no way that we, people who are supposed to be Christians and principled, and, like, there's no way we would vote for this motherfucker, right? The way that I watched conservatives use the word Mexican during that period, I've said this a ton of times in the past, but it sounded like a slur. They used it with so much vigor and so much, like, disdain. Those fucking Mexicans. Like, it started to feel, and it was a common thing where people would say, like, are we all the same Mexican anymore? Are we still allowed to say Mexican? Like, it felt weird all of a sudden because so many people said Mexican, fucking Mexican, those fucking Mexicans. Like, they said it in such a way that it started to feel wrong to even say the word Mexican anymore. So, like, you can do this with anything. Anything can start to sound dehumanizing and sound like, sound bad. And I do think the way that people say those fucking illegals, like, I do think that it starts to sound very very negative, like in the way that they say it. But I think it's accurate, like legally, connotatively accurate. One. Two, an illegal immigrant is different than an undocumented immigrant. Those are different things. Like people who come into the country who apply for asylum, they're not documented. These are not documented immigrants, but they're here waiting for a court date. And so they are here legally, but they're not documented. And so those people would be undocumented, but they wouldn't be illegal. And so there is a separation of terms in the way that they're used for these sorts of things. So no, he can see Mexican 1,000 times. What? He can see. Whoa, that's some skill there, dude. Ooh, I can't see Mexican more than like 5 times. That's 1,000? Whoa, boy, bro. Sheesh. Who is this? Who is this god? Who is this hero who can see it 1,000 times?
The indictment says that Don Lemon, and this is required for the FACE Act, physically obstructed or used the threat of force to stop people from exiting the church, including the pastor. I watched that video. I don't see Don Lemon physically restraining or threatening anyone, even if you think he was trespassing, you think he was embedded, the conspiracy aside, you really think he was physically.
The white Democrats started the KKK. You understand that? The Democrats started the KKK? I don't think the Democrat Party had anything to do with the KKK. I know that the people who were in the KKK were Democrats, but I don't think the Democrat Party had anything to do. I don't think they started it. Now, people who were in the KKK did get elected to the Democrat Party. Let me ask you a question, though. Those KKK people, let me ask you a question, okay? Who was it that wrote that? I want to make sure I'm Mark John. Okay, so Mark John. All right, you ready for this question? I want to make sure you're still here. I want to make sure you actually answer this question. So just let me know. They're supposed to get the green card. Okay, sure. You just let me know that you're listening so that I can make sure that you're actually gonna answer this question. I want to make sure that I don't want to like catch you off guard or like be like I don't want to be like way ahead and then ask you a question and you not answer and everybody start in chat say, oh, Mark's running. I want to make sure that you're actually like live and that you hear what I'm saying so that we can make sure we're being good faith. Let me know when you hear me. When the Rolling Stones are Mark, the last chance, buddy. I'm gonna assume you're a bot that is just posting shit in chat, and I'll ask Justice the Rot instead.
Tom, tell him how David Duke ran as a Republican after party switch.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure Mark is a bot. We're gonna let you go, Mark. Appreciate you trying. All right, Justice Thurrott, I appreciate you responding. Okay, so let me ask you a question. The people who were in the KKK, the people who started the KKK, the people who were like running in the KKK, and they were Democrats. Were they liberal or were they conservative? What were their beliefs? What were their values? Were they liberal or conservative? They were evil beliefs. Wait, what? Just like the modern day Democrats supporting open borders. Wait, you're saying the people who started the KKK, those people supported open borders, is what you're telling me right now, right? They supported abortion? Really? Men and women's sports. So you're telling me those people supported abortion, they supported open borders, they loved illegal immigrants, the KKK loved illegal immigrants. That's what you're telling me right now, right? They weren't white, Christian, mostly Southern, conservative people with very similar beliefs to the Republican Party today. That's what you're telling me, is that they were open borders socialists who were all just a bunch of hippies, just I can't hear you when I'm speaking. I can't hear you at all. Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood to keep Black Latino population under control. Democrats. I'm sorry. Do you not realize what my question is? Do you know you're obfuscating the question? I asked you a question. There were two options. You haven't answered the question. You're just rambling now. I'm not. Is this another Mark? Is this another person who can't answer questions? They're just rambling shit. Is this another bot? What's happening? I asked you a question. There were two options. You have typed 4 messages since and haven't given me an answer yet. You somehow now are talking about fucking Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. What the fuck? What is happening? How about this? Okay. If you would like, all right, you can call in. If you guys disagree, you can call in. If you want to answer the question, you can call in and we'll get into it, okay? And we'll try to be quick so that a number of people can call in. But here's a phone number right here. It's on the screen. Oh wait, it's not on the other one. Here's a phone number right here. It's on the screen. You can call that number if you want to call in, and we'll the answer is that they were conservative. The KKK was very conservative. The Democrat Party at the time was very conservative. The people who we call Dixiecrats today are people who vote for the Republican Party. Dixiecrats today vote Republican. Dixiecrats today, like Donald Trump, that they are not. They were conservatives. They were conservative. So when you say the Democrats, okay, well, Democrat is just a party. Republican, Democrat, these things change. The Republican Party is not even the same party that it was when George Bush was in. What, you're going to go all the way back to the fucking 50s and 60s and try to pretend that the Democrats are the same that they were back then when they aren't even the same that they were during Bill Clinton? And you're even, like, even just 5 minutes ago, there were a bunch of people in chat trying to claim that the Democrat Party of Obama is not the same Democrat Party of today. Okay, and you're still trying to claim that it's the same Democrat Party of the fucking 50s? Give me a fucking break. They were conservative back then, okay? What was liberal belief at the time? At the time? Like, what do you mean? What was liberal belief at the time? Like, progressives are the people who pushed for like anti-slavery. Progressives were also people who pushed to get rid of Jim Crow. Liberals were people who were again, normally the centrists of America. So you have conservatives who kind of like want to keep things the same or go backwards, and then you have progressives who are trying to push everything in another direction. Liberals are the centrists. The Constitution, America, our values, our founding fathers are all built on liberalism. Liberals are the centrists. But the phone number's there. I see a bunch of people saying that you're willing to call in, but nobody's called so far. So if if you guys are gonna call in, time to do it now. Actually, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. But if you want to call in, send a text message. Thank you, a little bits, for the gifted membership. Also, thank you to Bucky a minute ago. He said, "Tell Tom, Tom, tell them how David Duke ran as a Republican after the party switch." Yeah, it's something I'm pretty sure that they are aware of. But anyways, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Send a text message to this number right here on the screen, and when I come back, I will tell you when to call in, okay? Oh no, bro didn't answer? I have no missed calls. Send a text message to it. Go ahead and send a text. I'm looking at it right now, okay? I'm looking at it. I have no missed calls. There's a possibility that it's glitching out a little bit, but I always get text messages. I don't always get calls. I don't know why that's the case, but send a text message. I will reply to you right now. So but give me a minute. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, send a text, and then in order I will tell people when to call in.
The indictment says that Don Lemon, and this is required for the FACE Act, physically obstructed or used the threat of force to stop people from exiting the church, including the pastor. I watched that video. I don't see Don Lemon physically restraining or threatening anyone. Even if you think he was trespassing, you think he was embedded, the conspiracy aside, you really think he was physically intimidating people and preventing them from leaving the premises?
There were quite a few of those or statements there. You also have to realize this is two different charges against Don Lemon and
yes,
against the
I'm asking
others.
about the second charge, the FACE Act charge, which requires the threat of or physical obstruction.
Yes. So when it comes to physical obstruction, he and two others, members of the group, are going up on the pastor, preventing him from moving and asking him questions. Now, we'll see. I mean, I'm not the prosecutor who is bringing these charges, but when it comes to interrupting someone when they're about to, this is private property where the pastor was planning to give his sermon. And in the middle of that sermon, they came up and blocked him. And Don Lemon, knowing that and this is the remarks that he gave before the event, he said they're going to be disrupting business as usual, which is what he engaged in. Honestly, to me, I think the stronger charge is the KKK Act charge, because with that one, they are protecting these people whose right to the free exercise of religion was arguably abridged. And I think Don Lemon was very much part of that abridgment.
All right. Yeah, you guys would be able to hear it if it was ringing. Everybody can hear when it rings. Okay. So I got a text message, but whoever it is that's pretending that you called in, everybody would hear your call. Everybody would hear it if you called in. You haven't called. I don't know why the fuck you're lying. Everybody watches me take call-ins every fucking day. So stop fucking lying. You didn't call. You're pretending that you got fucking cojones and you don't. All right? Nobody's impressed. You didn't fucking call. And you didn't send a text either. So I got texts from people, but nobody who wants to call in. All right. Well, then we're gonna move on. I thought we had people who wanted to talk. I thought we were gonna get into it. That's too bad.
Republicans have just one vote to spare with their razor-thin majority in the House. But one Republican has drawn more ire from President Trump than any other. This was Friday at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington.
No matter what we do, this moron, no matter what it is, we'll get 100% vote except for this guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him.
Thomas Massey, a libertarian-minded conservative, has represented Northern Kentucky since 2012. a perennial no vote on spending bills, and now a leader in pushing for the full release of the Epstein files over the president's furious objections. He joins me now live from his farm in Kentucky. Congressman Massey, thank you so much for being here. I do want to ask you about that comment from the President of the United States insulting you like that at the National Prayer Breakfast. What's your response to him?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to know I'm in the president's prayers. But second of all, you know, on the internet, some people have suggested that MIT should take my degree away. And my response is, which one should they take away? I have 2 degrees from MIT. And
well, to MAGA, that is that's not a good thing. It's not a brag to say that you have a degree. To them, that means that you've been brainwashed by the woke Marxists. And so yeah, while I think it's good to have a degree, and that generally it means that you make a lot more money over your lifetime, he's using the wrong rhetoric for the wrong crowd.
I'm sorry you booked a moron today on your show.
Well, fair enough. I do want to talk to you about your fight to release the Epstein files in a minute. But first, I want to get your reaction to the news about how the president posted, then deleted this racist video depicting the Obama as apes. He has refused to apologize. Do you think he should apologize to the Obamas?
He should absolutely apologize. He's gone too far. I mean, he's attacked my wife recently online, and I do think there are limits. If for a while it's kind of funny, but once you pass certain guardrails, like attacking a man's spouse or getting into racist tropes, I think it's somebody at the White House, maybe Susie Wiles, needs to go to the president and just ask him for his phone, and maybe ask him just to show him the tweet before he sends it out.
Yeah, just to follow up on your wife.
Just real quick, I've mentioned this a bunch of times, but we are raising money for new RAM. I got to get more RAM. We host a lot of debates on this channel. We're doing panels and stuff like that. We've got a couple of debates coming up in the next couple of days. We've got an ex-ICE officer, Marte, coming on to debate Wick on whether or not Donald Trump's ICE is a net benefit for America. And then we have a panel on whether or not Donald Trump pushing all of the other world leaders away from the United States, and all of the other world leaders condemning the United States over the last couple of weeks, whether or not this is beneficial for the United States, the kind of insular America First agenda playing out. And so we've got a panel on that coming up with Dylan Burns and some others as well. I do need some suggestions, so if anybody has suggestions on right-wingers who are capable of talking about economics and geopolitics, that I really need some suggestions. I don't know any. I'm not aware of any who are capable of having these conversations, and so if anybody has recommendations on right-wingers who are capable of going and debating and talking about geopolitics and economics, most of the right-wingers that we have on these shows normally only talk about like cultural topics, and so I do need come on, Tom, the video showed all of the political zoo. Biden was depicted as a monkey. Come on, what? Is this another bot? This has to be a bot. It's somebody that they, like, I don't think the bots can tell what's being talked about on the stream or what my positions are, so they just say shit. They just say random fucking shit, dude. But yeah, anyways, if you would like to donate, I do need more RAM to be able to host these panels in a efficient way. We're trying to do a bit more production. We want to do it like Piers Morgan style and have a bit more production added to it, but I need more RAM to do this. So if you want to donate, we only need to raise like $200 over the next couple of days. There's a link on my main page or in the description for stream elements, and you can just go to my main channel click on the channel. Excuse me. Click on the channel and then go right here where it has all my links and click streamelements.com/tip tomfoolery show/tip, and you're able to use a debit card, a credit card, or even your PayPal. And when you send the donation, it'll allow you to leave a message as well, and that message will be read on stream. So if you want to donate, please do use the tips link, and we will put this towards getting new RAM. Sending super chats is helpful as well, but it won't go towards the RAM. It won't go towards me getting RAM. I got to get that a little bit faster, so it would have to go through the stream elements. And we do have 2 streams going right now, so if you guys want to watch, some of you might be watching on the vertical streams going right now. So if I don't care, you sound like a fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. We have that one, and then we also have this one. And so yes, we have 2 streams going right now, so you can watch on either one. Click on the channel if you want to watch in vertical or landscape. They're both there.
Because it is alarming. He's multiple times he has gone after her in social media posts. I mean, how angry does that make you?
It doesn't make me angry, but it's unfair to my spouse. I mean, look, Donald Trump was giving to Democrats when my wife was working for Right to Work and Campaign for Liberty, and Rand Paul, in fact, worked in Rand Paul's office over a decade ago.
Sorry, I haven't donated. You're on thin ice, buddy. Okay, couple more days and you're just gonna be banned. That's gonna be that. You and Kyle both. All right.
Back when Donald Trump was still a Democrat. So I think it's wrong. Fortunately, everything he says about her is untrue, but it's beyond the pale. And people recoil when he goes to those racist tropes or when he attacks spouses. It's just uncalled for.
Okay, so let's talk about the Epstein files. Of course, it was your legislation that requires the Trump administration to have released all the Epstein files by last December. The Justice Department now has released more than 3 million documents, and it says the Justice Department is saying that they have fully complied with the law. Is the Trump administration complying with the law?
No. Well, they missed the deadline, but that's not the worst part. The 2 worst parts are they're releasing victims' information. I mean, just outright lists of victims. It's terrible. And beyond that, they are withholding the perpetrators' names. There's still 302 files. Those are the forms that the FBI fills out after they interview witnesses and victims, and they're still withholding those. And they're over-redacting the documents that have, they relate to some really sketchy emails, but we can't see who the sender was. And so they really need to come off some more information. Monday, Todd Blanche said that members of Congress can come and start viewing those redactions. Ro Khanna and I are very interested in going and reviewing some of those redactions, but there are also files that we need to see. And finally, Pam Bondi will be in front of my committee. I serve on the Judiciary Committee this coming week on Wednesday. And so I'll have some questions for her related to the Epstein files.
What are you going to ask her?
Well, where are the rest of the documents? Why did they release victims' names? They took extra time, they said, to be safe. And, what are these redactions? Now, we may get to see those redactions. Hopefully, we can go to the DOJ before she shows up on Wednesday and see how responsive they are to us in person. But, she's not, if you notice, they don't put her out in front anymore. They put Todd Blanche out in front, because she's been all over the map. She has no credibility on this. She said there are there's a ton of files. They're on my desk. I'm going to release them. And then she said there's nothing but, child sexual abuse material. And
They used to do the same with Nancy Mace. Have you guys seen this stuff with Nancy Mace and alcohol? Have you guys seen this?
I had to come out with a genetic condition that I've had all my life. I'm not allowed to drink or consume much in the way of alcohol. It's called hemochromatosis. If you do, it'll destroy your organs and you'll die. It would literally kill me.
Nancy Mace was getting her staffers to go get alcohol for her in the middle of the night. Not appropriate use of your congressional staffers. She says it would literally kill her. Okay, so story's fake. It would kill me. Done. Case closed. What? What's this? Huh. That's weird. Wait, what?
Was she listening to Kid Rock in the background?
What's this?
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
Oh, but maybe that's not alcohol. Maybe that's like soda.
This is a low country lager.
Oh, weird. Okay. What are we doing? Maybe they're all actually non-alcoholic.
Bro, MAGA, like, they just see somebody who's like half good looking and they're just like, yes, I will vote for that. Hell yes. I don't give a fuck how much they fuck up our government or how much they lie. I will vote for that, dude. They see a guy with money, they're like, I don't care how he got that money or how corrupt he is or how corrupt. I will vote for that, dude. It's literally just like red pill thought processes, just kind of taking over. Like, you know, you got the same with Lauren Boebert and others. It's just nonstop, dude. Nonstop.
And nobody wants to see that.
But then they'll make up a conspiracy theory about Ilhan Omar. They'll just make it up and just, you know, come up with their own fucking bullshit with no evidence. And then when it's disproven, then they'll say it's the deep state trying to push back and blah blah blah. Like but then you have like hard fucking proof of these people lying, and they don't buy it at all. But Ilhan Omar is a fucking liar, dude. She's fucking lying all the time, bro. It's a little fucking liar.
And she said, oh, we found a whole bunch more, and there are going to be more investigations. But what are those investigations, for instance?
Yeah.
And so there's a whole host of questions for her, but I'm glad that.
Did she marry her brother? No. And if you think she did, you think there's evidence for that, hey, I got something for you. It's right here. It's a phone number. You can call in. We can go over that evidence. You can expose me right here live. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't know anything about this. You could totally just I just made up that answer, right? I have never looked into this ever. And you can just come on here with the evidence and show it right now, and we'll pull it up, and everybody else, and I'll be exposed, and everybody's, what? Oh my goodness, that guy, he fucking lied about this, and this caller totally fucking owned him. He's a hero. He got him. We finally got this motherfucker. He's always lying to everybody. Holy shit, somebody finally got him. You can do it, man. Today's your day.
She's coming to judiciary. She hasn't been there since she's been attorney general.
How are you gonna respond if they don't fully comply with the law? I mean, you had told me before that you may go to the floor and actually read the names of people on the alleged Epstein client list. Are you still planning to do that?
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there.
Oh, we got a caller.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Thank you for calling the Tom Foolery Show. What's your name?
James Corden.
James Corden. How's it going, man?
No, not that James Corden. Trust me.
Gotcha. All right. So what can I do for you, James?
First, let me ask, are you pro or anti-Trump?
Anti-Trump.
Okay, well, look, I'm pro-Trump, and I know you don't agree with everything Trump does, but you got it. He has just the most juicy ass imaginable, and those voluptuous boobs.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Agreed. Well,
I,
fair enough.
like
We can
many of
come.
my MAGA constituents and brothers, just want him to cream on my gay little face.
We can come together on this one. There's bipartisanship right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what it looks like. We all agree MAGA is gay. This is
Oh, I ain't gay, brother.
this
I
is it. Well, I
sure as
appreciate
hell
you.
would be for him. Ooh.
Awesome. Well, thanks for calling in, homie. You heard it here first. You heard it here first, guys. Breaking news here on the Tom Foolery Show. MAGA is gay. We have more evidence now that MAGA is gay than that Ilhan Omar married her brother.
There are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms.
Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that he and his wife decided around 2005 to cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein. But the latest release shows that there was some correspondence after that, even after Epstein pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2008. What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein, and should he come before Congress and testify?
No, he should just resign. I mean, there are 3 people in Great Britain that have resigned in politics. The ambassador from Great Britain to the United States, the prince lost his title for less than what we've seen Howard Lutnick lie about.
That's not very nice to gay folks. I think the gay folks on Grindr would disagree with you. Okay. I think the gay folks on Grindr would disagree.
Look, Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein, and this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
And just for the record, the Commerce Department says that he had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife, has never been accused of wrongdoing. I do want to ask you about Trump, because his name has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in the Epstein files. Do you think that he should answer questions to Congress, to maybe even testify about what he knows?
Yeah, it's a little strange. I'm happy that the Clintons are going to testify. I want to hear what they have to say, and I want to hear their responses to these things. And yeah, I think that Donald Trump also should. I mean, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. When we're talking about the period of time where the majority of these crimes were committed, Donald Trump was his best friend during that period. This was Epstein's best friend. So why wouldn't we hear him? He is also included in court documents with accusations of him raping 13-year-old girls. We don't have these accusations against Clinton. We don't have any young girls saying that Clinton did these things. We don't have any statements of this. But we have court filings of not only girls saying that they were raped at the age of 13, but numerous witnesses testifying to this under penalty of perjury, and saying that Donald Trump and Epstein were why isn't he testifying? Where's the where's his testimony? I would want to hear him. But instead Donald Trump says that if you are still talking about the Epstein files, you're not MAGA. You're not part of his movement. Donald Trump says that anybody who still cares about the Epstein stuff is working for the Democrats. So dishonest, making it up. Wait, you think I made that up? You don't know about this? You think I made that up? There were 0 victims that implicated Trump. You're lying, fucktard. Really? So if I pull it up right here, so Tall Paul, and who was the other one? Tall Paul and I don't know what that says. Thomstow? Tall Paul and Thomstow. I want to make sure you guys are here, right? I will pull it up. You guys are still here, yes? You guys aren't gonna run away, right? Oh man, did they already run away? Tom, I think you and I agree on some things, probably disagree. I think the Clinton is going to be a closed hearing, last I heard. Sure, but I would assume that there's going to be something that comes out of it. Damn, they already ran away. Tall Paul and Thomstow just ran away. Every time, there's a lot of people who want to type shit in chat at me and say things to me, but then every time I respond to them, they run away. Why does this keep happening? Maybe there's a problem with YouTube. It's probably a YouTube problem. It's probably a glitch. It's probably the deep state making sure these people are truth seekers who want to know. And there we got Tall Paul. Bring it. Interview in real time from a victim saying Trump violated me. Wait, hold on. Did I say an interview? I didn't say an interview. I said that there are affidavits, sworn affidavits in court filings under penalty of perjury written from a victim saying that she was raped by Trump and Epstein at a party, and numerous witnesses who were there. And this is a court case that was filed before anybody knew who Epstein was and before Donald Trump was president. So this isn't somebody who, after they found out who, Trump was president and there was this guy named Epstein who's known for raping little girls, they thought, oh, I'll just try to implicate these two people together and everybody will hear that Donald Trump was a fucking pedophile and they'll all hear. No. Epstein had not had his big case yet in 2019. This took place starting in 2015 and then in 2016. So I will fake bullshit then. Oh wait, you haven't even seen it yet. You're already calling it fake? What happened? You haven't even seen it yet. You're already coping? Wow, that was quick, dude. That was quick. We have a record time. He didn't even see the evidence yet, and he's already saying it's fake. He didn't even get a chance to look. We have normally it takes 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes after they see it to come up with some way to cope about it. This is a record-breaking thing. We're in negative time right now. Negative time. We haven't even gotten to the fucking documents yet, and they're already calling it fake. Bring it. What do you mean bring it? You already showed your hand, bro. You already showed your hand. Why would I show it now? You already showed your hand. You're gonna call it fake no matter what. You don't even need to see it in order for you to call it fake. You don't even have to have a reason to call it fake. You don't have to have evidence to call it fake. You'll just call it fake because it doesn't align with your fucking bias. That's great. That's fucking great. Okay. Jane Doe. Here you go. Here you go. All right. Notice voluntary dismissal. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. This is a court case. You can look it up yourself. This is case number 1:16-CV-10 04642. Okay, this is released part of the Epstein files as well, so this was also released with all of the others. This is dated 11/04/2016. Okay, so this is before anybody even knew who Epstein was, before he was this big household name, before anybody knew about his crimes and all this shit, before all of that. Okay, so this is somebody who knew who Epstein was, knew who Trump was, and filed court cases and sworn affidavits before. Okay. Okay, yeah. The jury trial demanded. Complaint for rape, sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts, sexual abuse, forcible touching, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, duress, false imprisonment, and defamation. Plaintiff, an individual residing in and a citizen of the state of California, upon information, belief defendants Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey E. Epstein each reside in the districts and are citizens of the state of New York. Plaintiff was subject to acts of rape, sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts, sexual abuse, forcible touching, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, duress, false imprisonment, and threats of death and or serious bodily injury by the defendants that took place at several parties during the summer months of 1994. The parties were held by defendants Epstein at a New York City residence that was being used by the defendant Epstein at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan. During this period, plaintiff was a minor of the age 13 and was legally incapable under New York law of consenting to sexual intercourse and other sexual contacts detailed herein. So this goes on to kind of detail what it is that the plaintiff is claiming. District of New York. All right, here we are. Jane Doe, the plaintiff in this matter, proceeding under the pseudonym as follows. Says she's competent, over the age of 18. It's not pressured to do this. The parties were held at New York City residence that was being used by the defendant Jeffrey Epstein. Each of the parties had other minor females and a number of guests of Mr. Epstein, including defendant Donald Trump. At 4 of these parties I attended. I understood that both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. Defendant Trump had sexual contact with me at 4 different parties in the summer of 1994. On the 4th and final sexual encounter with defendant Donald Trump, defendant Trump tied me to a bed, exposed himself to me, and then proceeded to forcibly rape me. During the course of this savage sexual attack, I loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to stop, but he did not. Defendant Trump responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Immediately following this rape, defendant Trump threatened me that were I to ever reveal any of the details of defendant Trump's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family and I would physically be harmed, if not killed. Defendant Epstein had sexual contact with me at 2 of the parties that summer. On the second occasion, involving defendant Epstein forced himself upon me and proceeded to rape me anally and vaginally, despite my loud pleas to stop. Defendant Epstein then attempted to strike me about the head with his closed fist while he angrily screamed at me that he, defendant Epstein, should have been the one who took my virginity, not defendant Trump, before I finally managed to break away from defendant Epstein. Immediately following this rape, just like defendant Trump, defendant Epstein threatened me not to reveal any of the details of defendant Epstein's sexual and physical abuse of me or my family, and I would be physically harmed if not killed. So this goes on to talk about more details about girls who went missing, things like that. Okay. Here's another one. Joan Doe Pseudonym stated follows: I am competent over the age of 18. In 1994 through 1995 school year, I was told by the plaintiff, Jane Doe v. Trump and Epstein, that the plaintiff was subject to sexual conduct by the defendants at parties in New York during the summer of 1994. So this is a witness who says, after this happened, at the time, this girl went and told her friend that this happened. She was telling them at the time, right? This isn't, she told me a couple days ago that this happened. We came up with, she came up with this thing way later. No, in 1994, under penalty of perjury, I am telling you back then, she told me that this happened, okay? There's one. Here's another one. And this one is from the Ghislaine Maxwell of the time. This is from somebody who worked for Epstein and recruited young girls for the parties. This is a girl who decided to leave Epstein's employment and decided to go and be part of the case on this girl's side, and wrote a declaration in support of her, saying that she was there, she heard all of this, she saw all of this, she was the one who recruited this girl. So that's this one, okay? I originally met Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 1990 when he was the age of 22. I attended a series of parties that same year in 1990 where I was paid to entertain various guests of Mr. Epstein. In the year 1991, I was promoted to the occupation of party planner, in which my duties were to get attractive adolescent women to attend these parties. I was hired and paid directly by Mr. Epstein from years 1991 through 2000 to attract adolescent women to attend these parties, most of which were held at what is known as the Wexner Mansion. In June 1994, while performing my duties as recruiter of adolescent women to attend Mr. Epstein's parties, I met a 13-year-old adolescent woman, the plaintiff in this matter, at the Port Authority in New York City, who said that she had come to New York City in the hopes of starting a modeling career. I persuaded the plaintiff to attend a series of parties with Mr. Epstein that took place during the summer of 1994. I told her that if she would join me at these parties, she would be introduced to people who could get her into the modeling profession, and she would be paid for attending. It was at these series of parties that I personally witnessed the plaintiff being forced to perform various sexual acts with Mr. Donald Trump and Mr. Epstein. Both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein were advised that she was 13 years old. I personally witnessed 4 sexual encounters that the plaintiff was forced to have with Mr. Trump during this period, including the 4th of these encounters where Mr. Trump forcibly raped her despite her pleas to stop. I personally witnessed the one occasion where Mr. Trump forced the plaintiff and a 12-year-old female named Maria to perform oral sex on Mr. Trump, and witnessed his physical abuse of both minors when they finished the act. I personally witnessed or was made immediately aware of the 2 occasions where my boss, Mr. Epstein, attempted to rape and sodomize the plaintiff. I personally witnessed Mr. Epstein sexually and physically abuse the minor, females even younger than her. It was my job to personally witness and supervise these encounters between the underage girls that Mr. Epstein hired and his guests. I personally witnessed Mr. Trump physically threaten the life and the well-being of the plaintiff if she ever revealed any details of the physical and sexual abuse suffered by her at the hands of Mr. Trump. So this goes on. It also talks about girls who were threatened and went missing, including the Maria girl who just stopped showing up. It talks about the fact that Trump says to the girl at one point, if you ever talk about this, you'll disappear, just like Maria did. Who's the person that witnessed all of these atrocities and kept them secret for 30 years? Well, that's the point, is that this is source. This is a court document. This is, I gave the title of the court case earlier. I'll read it again. At the top of each document, I think. Case 1:16-CV -07673. So I will put this in chat for you guys if you want to look it up yourselves. This is not secret. This is well known. This was in the Epstein files, but this is not new. This is not like People have known about this for a while. Now, this case was eventually dropped because the girl said that she was getting threats to her life and she disappeared. She went into hiding, and her lawyer had to come out and make a statement saying that she has had to disappear because she has had too many threats to her life. Now, again, this happened in 2016 before any of us knew who Epstein was. None of us knew who Epstein was at the time. So if this had come out in like 2020, I would be like, okay, yeah, you just so happen to just now start talking about Epstein and just now throw this out there and also drop the case when you're connecting the president to the guy who everybody says is a pedophile. Okay, yeah, sure. This happened before all of that. 1. 2, Donald Trump and Epstein both said that they were best friends for 10 to 15 years. But Trump said that they were best friends. Epstein said that they were best friends. And it was during this period. 3, during the period where Trump was best friends with Epstein, that is where Epstein did most of the most prolific pedophilic shit with minors. All of the stuff that was done was during the period where Donald Trump and Epstein were best friends. This is, let's see, hold on. Then there's also other women who, there's a bunch of girls who have talked about going to parties with Trump. There's the girls who said that they were at the Miss Teen USA pageants and that Donald Trump would come in and inappropriately look at them and talk to them while they were naked. There were numerous of those. Then there's this. Marla Maples once warned a mother of a teen girl to keep their daughter away from Maples and then husband President Donald Trump. At the time, Trump sometimes bussed in models for parties at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida, which the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein also frequently attended. One 14-year-old model who was signed with Ford Models was told to dress sexy for a party in late 1994, according to the New York Times, detailing the relationship with Epstein. So this is a girl who was 14 and was going to a Trump party where it was all young girls, and she was told to dress sexy for the party. The girl's mother, Sandra Coleman, said her daughter, Tina Davis, was one of 8 or 9 models scouted for the party who were really young. Some of them could have been in training bras, Coleman told The Times. When they arrived at Mar-a-Lago, the girls were repeatedly offered champagne and approached by middle-aged men, Coleman said. Each time her daughter was approached, Coleman walked over and introduced herself as Tina's mother. So they weren't supposed to bring their parents. But her mom said, "You're not going without me." And so she just went to the party with her at Mar-a-Lago with the girl, okay? And this is what she's explaining happened there. At one point, they went to the bathroom and ran into Maples, a former model and beauty pageant contestant who was married to Trump at the time. The two women had also met earlier in the evening, and Maples collapsed Coleman's hands and looked her in the eyes and said, "Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband. Protect her." This is what Donald Trump's wife at the time said to the mother who was there with her young daughter. So, for all the people who are just like spamming fake news, this is a lie, blah, blah, blah. What evidence do you have that this is a lie? What evidence do you have that this is wrong? What evidence do you have that this is incorrect? What evidence do you have that this is fake? I would love to hear it. You can call in. There's a phone number on the screen. If you want to call in, you want to explain it. Lewis, if you want to, you seem to have a lot to say. So if you want to call in, you want to get into the evidence, we can go over it. You sound mad. Okay, even if that was true. So what? So are you gonna? Most of what you're hearing is hearsay. No, it's not. That it's not hearsay. It's first-person testimony. But yeah, they're not going to call in. They know that they're wrong. They know that they voted for a pedophile. They know that I don't even want to say he's a pedophile. I'm not even gonna say that. But they know that they know that this shit's fucked up. They know that there's something sketch going on here. They know that Donald Trump saying that anybody who's still talking about the Epstein files is not part of his movement, that they're not MAGA. They know that the fact that Trump has repeatedly said that there's nothing to see here. They know that the fact that Trump keeps saying that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax, that all of these people who before said that Epstein didn't kill himself are now flipping on that, saying Epstein did kill himself, that all of these people have totally changed their opinions on everything, and that the person who was Epstein's best friend throughout all of the time that he was doing all of the shit, they know that there's something there, and that Donald Trump has been caught lying about this so many fucking times, over and over and over. And now they know, and that's why they're not going to call in. They're not going to call in, and they're just going to keep sitting there and whining and crying and chat instead, because they know. Okay, they all know. They know. They just don't care. They just don't care, and they'll go back to whining and crying about Clinton because there was a picture of him in a dress or some shit like that. Like they'll keep whining and crying about Democrats, because for them pedophilia is a political thing. For them, pedophilia is partisan. It's not about right and wrong. It's not about good or bad. It's about politics. It's about Democrat or Republican. That's it. They don't care if it's one of theirs. We just had Musk. He was lying about this for the longest time. Elon Musk said that the files would never come out because Donald Trump was in them, right? Elon Musk told us this. But Elon Musk also said that he never went to the island and that he refused when Epstein tried to get him to go. And now we have the emails showing that actually Epstein was asking to go to the island. Epstein wanted to go to the island. He wanted the craziest party when he got there. All right? We know all of these people who are part of this Trump administration and group keep lying about this. We know that the other guy who was part of the Trump administration, who was Epstein's neighbor, said that he hated Epstein, he was disgusted by him, he never wanted anything to do with the guy. And then it turns out that they continued communicating for a long period afterwards. That just totally fucking lied. We have the emails, we have the proof. They keep lying. Now, again, not saying they're pedophiles, not saying that these people are pedophiles, but I am saying it's weird they keep lying about this shit. It's weird. They've lied over and over and over and over. The Democrats never lie. Even if that's something that I ever said, which I never said anything like that. What would that matter if Democrats lie sometimes? How is that relevant to what we're talking about right now with the Epstein files? How is that relevant at all? Can you make that make sense? Joseph. Yeah, Lewis is gonna stay crying in chat. Okay, guys, don't act like that motherfucker's got a spine. Don't act like he's got balls. All right, I think we can all tell. We all know that motherfucker does not have balls. That is not happening. Also, appreciate everybody joining. Make sure you take a second, hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching on the vertical stream, you can just double tap the screen and that'll give it a thumbs up. And you can join the Discord right now. We need our liberal army in the fucking Discord, okay? Democrats, hit us up. Join the Discord. We got a bunch of debates in there. We have a lot of conversations. And we host debates on this channel fairly often. If you subscribe to the channel, you can find a bunch of debates on my channel right now. We have 2 panels that we just uploaded over the last couple of weeks. This one is a debate about the Alex Preddy situation. This one's about the Renee Good situation. We have a bunch of other debaters, content creators, YouTubers on the channel fairly regularly. So you can watch a bunch of different content that we put out on this channel. And then we also have a couple of streams. We got the vertical stream, and then we also have the landscape stream. So if you want to watch the vertical, you can click on that on the channel, and then you can also watch the landscape here. But click here and join the Discord, okay? And follow me on Twitter. All my links are right here. You can watch a bunch of my shorts on YouTube. You can watch them on TikTok. We put separate content out on different channels. So go click the links and follow me over here. But yes, join the Discord. Make sure you join the Discord. We're going to have a movie night coming up pretty soon. And we got to hit 1,000 members in the Discord first. So join the Discord. Link is in the description and on the front page.
No one is legal on stolen land.
That's so brave.
Celebrities, you are more than welcome to have an opinion, but you can't be a hypocrite. If you stand on the stage like Billie Eilish and you talk about stolen land, you best be ready to give.
Why does this guy have the most punchable face ever? I promise you, it's not my face. It's just that conservatives are super violent. They're just very violent people, as statistics and studies have shown pretty much across the board. They're just very violent people, and it's just something that's in you that is the problem. It's not my face.
Give up your land. In that case, kindly shut up.
You benefit from proximity to whiteness, but you don't want to acknowledge all the issues that your people are creating in our country and for the world right now.
Wait, whoa. Sorry, proximity to whiteness is now a problem.
There is one big story brewing, and that is Bad Bunny. Is the malevolent rabbit going to do what he's told to do and just sing, or is he going to cause a ruckus?
That brown boy gonna do what he's told? You better do what you're told, brown boy. You want to cause no ruckus in here. All right? We don't want your dress-wearing ass coming in here with your sombreros and shit, all right? You do your job and you sing like you're supposed to, all right?
For a while, it felt like the era of celebrities in politics was over, from Hillary Clinton's toe-curling mannequin challenge to a Harris campaign, which frittered millions on purchasing celebrity love. The message was loud and clear. We don't really care what any of you think. Unfortunately, like zombies descending from the Hollywood hills, these celebrity preachers are back. And whether you agree with them or not, recent history teaches us they're not going to change anybody's minds. That's why Bill Maher, who's certainly no fan of Donald Trump, used his show last week to tell them to shut up.
In a country where the big issue now is affordability, outside of, I don't know, Springsteen and a few others, celebrities don't strike people as relatable or in touch. And what their activism mostly activates is eye rolls.
Well, they're not listening.
What the fuck? I don't know why this shit's not working. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Abaddon, $5 tip. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. AB Clay said, don't forget to ram Tom. Ram Tom hard. Thank you. Yes. Ram me. Ram me. Thank you, guys. All right. What is it? 85. Appreciate it, guys. We are raising money for RAM. Okay, I need more RAM for my computer and more RAM for my booty. So if you guys want to donate, hit the tips link in the description or on the main page, and you'll be able to donate with the Stream Elements tips link. Super chats are fine as well, but that will not go towards the RAM. That takes 2 months to get to me, whereas the tips link is something that is helpful. But we are trying to put on a big show coming up, a bunch of big shows coming up, and we have to raise just a little bit of money. Just $200 is all we got to get. We're almost at $100 now. If you would like to donate, use the tips link here, and you can use PayPal, debit card, credit card, any of those things. I don't see any of your information. It goes through Stream Elements. They handle all of it for me, but it just sends the money to me afterwards. So if you'd like to donate, consider using the tips link. It is on the main page, or it is in the description, so check it out there.
Listening, just as people are generally not listening to Bruce Springsteen's anti-ICE protest song, and many people would rather they hadn't listened to this anti-ICE poem read by Peter Dinklage.
iced wheels flinched and froze. Now, bare riot of candles, dark fury of flowers, pure howling of hymns. If for us she arose, somewhere in the pitch deep of our grief.
And on the subject of not listening, this week's Tone Deaf Award must surely go to Billie Eilish, a supremely talented singer, but who had stars at the Grammys clapping like seals for her pretty ludicrous claim that there are no illegal immigrants in America because all of the land is stolen. Now, we can't show you the original clip for reasons to do.
I've said this 1,000 times, guys. This is bad. This is bad. Like, I hate this fucking message. Please stop saying this shit. This is stupid. Like, this is such a fucking stupid thing to say. Holy shit, dude.
Propriety of the clip, but this AI rendition has captured the essence of the moment.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Oh my God. She's so brave. That's so brave.
First, I'm joined by the best-selling author and host of No Spin News, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
Why the fuck did they make the Indian people look like Toucan Sam? What the fuck was
by
that?
The best-selling author and host of No Spin News.
What the fuck was that, dude? Why did they make him look like Toucan? Is this supposed to be a Jewish joke or something? Normally it's the bridge of the nose that's like a little bit more out, not the front of the nose. The front of the nose doesn't come out. That's supposed to be just the bridge of the nose. This is weird.
First, I'm joined by the best-selling author and host of No Spin News, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
How you feeling, Piers?
Google Republicans protesting. You'll be lucky to find one. You'll find the trucker protests and January 6th. Yeah. About it. It's about it. Not much else. Trucker protests, January 6th. January 6th was a riot, not a protest. Well, first off, that sort of fucking language is the stupid language that they use about every protest where there's ever a riot. But there are lots of people who were protesting there. There's tons of people who did not trespass, who did not go onto private property, who did not go inside the Capitol, who didn't go anywhere. They didn't go past the barricades. There were tons of people who literally stayed back, who had brains, who knew that this wasn't a tour, who knew that they weren't supposed to go and fight cops to get inside the Capitol, who knew that this was wrong. There were tons of people, the majority of them, who stayed back. So it truly was a mostly peaceful protest. The majority of the people there did not do that. The majority of them didn't do it. So it is an incorrect assessment to say that it was not a protest. There were people who did protest there. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. If you're on vertical, you can just double tap the screen and that'll give us a thumbs up. And if you're on the landscape stream, you can click the thumbs up down at the bottom. Appreciate you guys.
Well, I was going to ask you the same thing. We both fell off at the same time for different health reasons, but we're both back, which is the main thing. The show goes on.
Do I care about Republicans? It's not about Republicans. It's about caring about the truth. Do you care about morality? Do you care about like being right? Do you care about truth or any of these things? Like, it's weird. I keep running into these fucking like arguments from lefties this week where I went over this earlier a couple days ago, where a bunch of them were claiming that Epstein was behind the 4chan, and he was behind Pizzagate, he was behind QAnon, and he was behind Slashpoll, and we have all the evidence, and there's literally zero evidence. There's zero. No evidence whatsoever. No evidence whatsoever that Epstein was behind QAnon or Pizzagate or any of those things. There's zero evidence to this. But when I said there's zero evidence that he's behind this, I had a bunch of progressives who were like, Tom, I can't believe you're protecting a pedophile, blah, blah, blah. It's like, why the fuck? Like, why are you just gonna say that, like, because he's bad, we get to just say whatever we want? Like, if I said If I said Epstein killed Charlie Kirk, okay? Something that's literally impossible because Epstein was dead when it happened. Okay, Joel, thank you. If I said Epstein killed Charlie Kirk, would you guys just run with it and be like, yeah, true? And if somebody responded and was like, wait, Epstein didn't kill Charlie Kirk, he was dead at that point, would you turn it, you're protecting a pedophile, how dare you? Like, why would you protect pedophiles? Like, why are you on the side of pedophiles? Like, why can't you just be on the side of truths? Why can't you just be on the side of facts, like, and logic? Why? We absolutely have that right. Wait, you have the right to be wrong? Yeah, I guess. I'm just saying, like, it shouldn't want to be. I don't know.
Yeah, but with old guys, this happens to old guys. But I tell everybody, look,
yeah, Joe, I really am struggling with this one. Like, I've spent way too long looking for people on the right who are capable of talking about like geopolitics and economics, and I cannot find one, dude. I can't find one. Like, the only one who would attempt to do this is Rob Noor. But I've had him on a couple of times recently. I try not to go back to the same people too many times. So yeah, I'm really struggling finding somebody. But if you have anybody else, I will definitely try to reach out to this guy. But if you have anybody else, let me know, because I am like seriously trying to find somebody. Rob gets passed around nonstop, shaking my head, should close his legs. I mean, dude, what are the options? We have like two right-wing debaters. We got Andrew Wilson and we got Rob Noor. No, there's no other like right-wing debaters who do streaming. That's it. We just have two. We have thousands of fucking lefties who want to debate, who want to talk, who want to do call-ins, who want to go on panels. We got fucking endless amounts of them. And then we have two on the right. So he's live right now. Wait, this guy is? Or Rob? Oh, I thought you meant this guy. Nationally published writer, award-winning public policy professional. Speaker is experienced serving in the private, public, nonprofit sectors, United States overseas. Bachelor of Arts degree in political science and Masters of Public Affairs. Opinions have been published. USA Today, Washington Examiner, the Washington Times, the Western Journal, the Boston Globe. Okay, I'll look into them. Thank you.
we're here for a reason. I believe that. And when, the time is up, the time is up. So I memorized the Blue Oyster Cult song, Don't Fear the Reaper. And one more thing about old guys. Old guys are smarter than other guys. So we got to get back in the arena.
Well, talking about songs, it's a very timely link, actually. So we had the Grammys this week, which became pretty predictably a sort of relentless platform for pop stars to attack ICE, as it turned out on this occasion. The president be worried that the culture is again mobilizing against him. Let's hear what my panel has to say about all this and more. Emily Austin, journalist and commentator. Tommy Lahren, host of Fearless on Outkick. Jason Lee, CEO of Hollywood Unlocked. And Keith Edwards, host.
Bro, Tommy Lahren is so fucking stupid. Holy shit. She literally posted her own fucking owned clip today on Twitter. It's so embarrassing. The way that she talks and the way that she does this shit It's so embarrassing. And then she posted it herself. This is her. This is her. She posted this herself, okay? This is her fucking Twitter account, okay? I thought, initially, I thought this was this guy's Twitter account. I thought he posted this. I thought it was his account that posted this. No, it's her.
Here's the last thing I want to ask you. I mean, I get it. You like the honor system. I personally don't.
It's not liking the honor system. It's
Okay.
liking the data.
Okay,
Do you have
the
any
data.
data to suggest
I think
that
we should look at the
fraud?
voter rolls.
Okay, you can keep saying that over and over again. I think that Bigfoot's real. I mean, it doesn't change anything.
Well,
Do
Harry,
you have any evidence
you also
that it's
thought
happening?
that Joe Biden was in tip-top shape, so.
Well, I've met him, and I can say that he has. Again, do you have any evidence that widespread fraud has occurred?
Yeah, the evidence shows that at least Joe Biden was the one who was in charge. The evidence shows that Joe Biden was capable of having conversations. It shows that he was capable of talking. She's the one who says the opposite all the time, yet she has no evidence for that. So this is about evidence. Normally, in order to do an investigation, you have to have evidence for things, right? You have to have evidence to move that along. But in this case, we have no idea what evidence they have that leads them to go and investigate the Georgia polls. So we would want to know, what evidence do you have that gets you a warrant to go search the Fulton County voting polls? That it doesn't make sense.
Occurring.
I think we should look at that. I think we should look at that voter roll.
Do you have any other answer to that other than
No,
I think we should look
take a
into
look.
this?
I think we should take a look.
Okay,
Yeah.
but do you have
That's all she says. That's all she says over and over. I think we should take a look. I think we should take a look. I think we should take a look. In law, there's a concept called probable cause, which makes it to where now you can start investigating something and start looking into it and start a process, right? You have to have that in order to start the process. And in this case, she just keeps saying, I think we should look. 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 I just think we should look. Okay, if somebody said Bigfoot existed, would you think that we should look? Well, yeah. Why not? Look, because there's no reason to. We don't have evidence. We don't have any, we don't have any reason to actually go put resources and efforts into looking for Bigfoot. There's no reason to think that he exists, so we have no reason to go attempt to find him.
Do you have any evidence to prompt that
I think
look?
we should find the evidence when we look at the voter rolls.
So,
So she's working backwards. She's working backwards. I think that person's an illegal immigrant. Why? I just do. We should investigate. But why do you think they're an illegal immigrant? I just do. Why not? Why not investigate? Are you against investigating illegal immigrants? But you have to have reason to believe this. You can't just say, I just want to investigate. We can do that to anybody. We can do that to anybody anytime. We have a constitution. We have laws. We have protections for people in our country. You can't just do things just cuz. Like, that's not how that works. That's literally what keeps us from having mass surveillance in everybody's houses and in everybody's bedrooms all day, every day, is that they have to have reason to do those things. They have to have reason to try to do it first. They can't just put the shit in everybody's house so they can see whether or not you're committing crimes all day, every day. This is what stops the government from doing these things. You have to have the probable cause to do it.
what if I was just like, I think Bigfoot's real, and the reason I think we should go out in the forest and find it out?
No,
And
you're
like,
saying
well,
you
why-
don't want to look in the forest.
No.
Well, there is always a reason to look for anything. It's called discovery. No, there's not. Discovery comes later. Discovery comes after all of those things. You have probable cause first. Then you make an arrest. Then you go to court. Then you get discovery. That comes later. There is not always a reason to look for anything. No, you have to have all of these other steps first. Discovery comes way down the line.
Because we have no evidence of Bigfoot being real.
So we shouldn't look.
We've looked. That's the thing. We've looked for Bigfoot. There's no evidence of Bigfoot. Just like.
Well, it's not always, yes, it's not always necessary for any investigation. Yes, but in the case of where we're talking about going into the Georgia voting centers and getting the voter rolls, yes, in that case, yes, you would have to have probable cause to get the
Like
warrant.
we've looked in these each individual states, and there's no evidence of widespread fraud.
Okay.
So you're like,
There's definitely no evidence of fraud. Them damn Leering centers are just tip-top shape.
we can talk about.
Does she think that the Leering centers are connected to the voter rolls in Georgia? She thinks the Leering Center in what was it, Michigan or Minneapolis or something with an M, that She thinks that that is connected to the Georgia Fulton County voting rules? Or is she just saying fraud exists? She's just letting people know that fraud is a thing. If you didn't know, guys, you know how Donald Trump got convicted of a bunch of different types of fraud? Well, haha, gotcha. Fraud exists. So now we can go into the Fulton County voting centers and get the rules. That's because Donald Trump did get convicted of a bunch of fraud. So fraud does exist. Gotcha there, buddy. She got you there. It's real.
There's definitely no evidence of fraud. Them damn Leering centers are just tip-top shape.
We can talk about that, but in
You
terms
want to
of
talk about
voter,
the Leering centers?
I'm happy to talk about Minnesota.
I would like to have the investigation. I think we need an investigation.
Minnesota. It's one of those damn M places.
Investigations.
Well, I think we need a new one.
Why? Oh, so we're going to waste taxpayer dollars?
Yeah, we've literally had tons of investigations into this already. No evidence to move forward, no evidence to convict, or I mean, some people were convicted, but no evidence to do anything with Fulton County. And there were other investigations that did conclude that Trump's legal team was lying about the people in the Fulton County voting centers, that they lied and said that there was fraud. We have actual cases finding them liable, and Rudy Giuliani paying out millions of dollars for lying about the Fulton County election workers. That's, I mean, we do have that evidence, you know, but when it comes to, you know, investigations making it to where Fulton County did something wrong, no, we don't have that evidence. We have evidence of Donald Trump lying about these things. We have evidence of Donald Trump engaging in fraud in terms of the elections, but we don't have evidence of Fulton County doing this. No.
There's on a witch
now
hunt.
You care. The witch hunt.
Yes.
I love it.
She posted this. She posted this on her own Twitter account. She posted this. This is her fucking account, dude. This is insane. She is so stupid.
Of the Keith Edwards Show. Well, welcome to all of you. Emily Austin, you were at the Grammys and you went viral for a genuinely laugh out loud clip of you and your friend reacting in real time to what you were hearing on stage. Just take a look.
Protesting, and our voices really do matter, and people matter, and fuck ICE is all I want to say. Sorry.
I'm so edgy. I said fuck guys. Oh my god.
Now, full disclosure, Miss Eilish and I share the same Hollywood hairdresser, which has worked out rather better for her than me. He's a lovely guy. He's a brilliant hairdresser. But I have to say, next time I see him, I will be pointing out that what she said there was obviously ridiculous. But it's interesting to me, Emily, after a few award shows where celebrities kind of got the let's leave the politics out of this memo, they're now back with a vengeance. ICE has been the catalyst for this. We didn't hear anything about Iran, for example, and the heroic protesters or anything like that. It was all ICE, ICE, ICE. You were there. What was the mood in the room like?
You were there.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having me, and I'm so happy you look like you're feeling great and not up and moving around just yet, but at least your mouth still works. That was
you know
my
what?
mother.
My mouth works, and I do a job that involves sitting here staring at a camera, as most of us do. So thank God for my job.
Oh, always good to see you. But my mother was the woman sitting next to me in the video, and it's so funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was your younger sister.
It's a compliment to her, but the party of love and kindness and inclusivity has been the first group to attack her on her appearance, on her parenting choices. Personally speaking, I think she did a phenomenal job. But the mood in the room was, everyone was elated. It's basically a free concert for those who were invited. It's a big party. People are singing, dancing. And then every time there's a political rant, let's just call it, political nonsense, everyone kind of forcefully stands besides myself because I'm not a sheep, But you could tell that there's just this fatigue. And contrary to what you just said in the intro, I don't think Trump is worried. I don't think anyone's worried, because if one thing completely dismissed of all of Hollywood's opinion, it was this past election. Kamala had every Diddy party guest, every single celebrity in the world that endorsed her, and clearly it didn't work. She had Megan Thee Stallion, Taylor Swift, you name it, they endorsed Kamala, yet Donald Trump won not by a small margin, but by a landslide in this election. So celebrity opinions don't count. Now, personally speaking, I love music, I love theater, I love the arts. And coming to this event, I was so happy to just be there and be present. And I don't take their opinions seriously. Nobody else does either, but it's just so annoying that they speak on something that A, they don't believe in, or B, they don't put their money where their mouth is. But, you know, at least I can reassure you, a lot of celebrities did in fact come up to me. They were like, "We love your bag, we're so proud of you." And I'm like, "Why don't you speak up?" And they're like, "Of course we can't. We work in the music industry. Our artists won't work with us." And I told you, do you really believe that the artists feel that way? And a lot of the music executives were like, actually, no, they're doing it because their publicist said it's the right thing to do, or a very woke friend was chirping in their ear, and it doesn't make a difference to them. It's very harmless to them.
Tommy Lehrin, welcome back to Uncensored. It's been way too long. I've missed you. I know you're incredibly busy and successful now, and we often cross over when we're doing our own stuff. So it's great to have you back. I know we've got a slight delay, I think, with you down the line. So I'll preface my question carefully. It's since emerged that Billie Eilish's own massive mansion in California is built on Native American land, and the Sinai law firm in LA has reportedly written up a 30-day notice of eviction and is ready to serve her. So words can have consequences. What did you make of this?
Yeah, again, this whole notion that we exist on stolen land. I mean, either borders are imaginary or this is stolen land. You can't have it both ways, Piers. But it doesn't matter to these celebrities because there's never any cost to anything that they do on that stage. There's no social cost because everybody in the room is clapping like sheeps. They all share a brain. There's never any real monetary cost. Yeah, sometimes they donate to a cause, but that's a tax write-off. They don't compromise their security, their private jets, their lifestyle, their mansions, their property, their friendships. They compromise and sacrifice nothing. They stand on the stage and they deliver these messages because it makes them feel like they've done something without actually having to do anything at all. And they all stand in the room and they all clap for one another. And meanwhile, everyday Americans, everyday global citizens are looking at them like the dumbasses that they are because we know that they're hypocrites. Listen, celebrities, athletes, public figures, you are more than welcome to have an opinion. We're all welcome to have an opinion and to share it, but you can't be a hypocrite. If you stand on the stage like Billie Eilish and her weirdo brother, Phineas Ferb, whatever his name is, and you talk about stolen land, you best be ready to give up your land. And I believe up until this moment, I haven't heard anything from the Eilish camp about ceding their land to the Native Americans. So in that case, kindly shut up.
All right, Jason Lee, they're all a bunch of shameless hypocrites who don't know what they're talking about. And if they really believe in the stolen land theory, then they should be giving their mansions back.
Well, you know, I'm not going to argue what these people do with their mansions, but a couple of things that you said that people are tired of what celebrities are talking about. Donald Trump is a celebrity, in case we forgot that. He's a celebrity that used his celebrity to become president. And his movement, Make America Great Again, is really about making America racist again. And if you want to talk about stolen land and just ignore what happened to the Native Americans, ignore what happened to black people in our country, to do that would be siding with the oppressors. And I will tell you, like, I'm not one to say that celebrities should matter, but this is the same president that just used Nicki Minaj to come from her home in Calabasas that was on its way to foreclosure or her being evicted to come to an event to propel whatever message he wanted to get out there in front of the Epstein files. We have a president right now who throws Christianity, who uses every weapon of mass distraction in order to make the American people in the world forget the fact that he was hanging on a jet with Jeffrey Epstein, sitting over there on the island, and all the documents that have been released show that all the pedo sympathizers, even on this show, defending Donald Trump, have a lot that they don't want to be accountable for. So I'm not gonna, you know, be distracted by the narrative that Bad Bunny talking about out ICE is some way more important than the fact that most of us have sat by and watched the genocide in Gaza and have sided with a pedophile.
Sir, do you own a home?
Okay, well, that's...
I'm sorry, there's somebody else waiting to talk. We can get into questions later because I'm
Wait,
ready for whatever you
No,
guys
actually,
say.
it's a good question. It's a good question.
What was the question?
Do you own private property in the United States?
What I own has nothing to do. It's almost as relevant as you sitting in the Grammys singing along to all the artists and using a moment to go get clout for the world to see you. I don't
So
know
you don't
you,
want
never
to
seen
answer
you. I
the
know
question?
Tommy.
Classic liberal response.
It doesn't matter.
I'm sure you own a home,
the
and
thing
I'm
that
sure
you
you
have to
did not
understand
check if a Native
is
American had
slavery is
previously owned the
over.
land.
Slavery is
and you
over.
are part of the
Listen,
Billie Eilish
slavery is
camp
over,
that will
and
say
you
that
don't
there's no
control
illegals
what
on
I do.
stolen land, but you
you know
live in
what?
the
Let's
stolen
talk
land.
about the.
You
Let's
live
talk
on
about
stolen
the fact
land.
that immigrants look like you. Wait, but let's talk about
Who is this guy? I don't think I've seen him before.
the fact that
because I
immigrants
look
look
too
like
white,
you,
I'm a problem.
right?
I'm
Let's
Middle
talk about
Eastern.
Renee Good. Let's
I
talk
am Middle
about Renee.
Let's
Well, you
talk
look like
about Renee
a
Good.
white woman. You look like a white
And is
woman.
that wait,
and Renee
what
Good
is
was shot
wrong
in the
with
face.
looking white?
Alex Preddy
What
was
is
shot
wrong
and
with
killed.
looking white?
Listen, just
What's the
listen.
problem with
You're
What's wrong with looking white? Dude, she's so defensive. Why are they so quick to try to make themselves into victims every fucking time? He just said that he wanted to talk about other people who look like her. As they're talking about like illegal immigrants that are normally going to look like him, then they're going to talk about other people that ICE is engaging with that look like her. Why is she turning this into a moment to try to virtue signal? What is this, dude? I'm a victim. Why are you saying it's bad to look white? Why are you attacking my whiteness? What is wrong with you?
your proximity to whiteness is jumping off the screen. And so you benefit from proximity to whiteness, but you don't want to acknowledge all the issues that your people are creating in our country and for the world.
Sorry,
right
wait a
now.
minute. Wait.
Oh no. Alright, that took a fucking turn. Shit. Fuck.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Whoa.
Go ahead, Pierce.
Proximity to whiteness is now a problem.
No, I'm not saying it's a problem. Listen, I want to make America great again. I just don't know when it was great and for what people. I think this is make America racist again. I mean, peers in our country, you'd be considered an immigrant. Until they started shooting white people in broad daylight, this was.
He is in our country, and he is an immigrant. He is in our country, and he is an immigrant.
Isn't as big of an issue as it is right now. So let's just be honest about that.
Well, I am. I'm considered actually, for the record, an exceptional alien. That is my immigration status to the United States. I get a new visa every 3 years on average, and my exact, precise,
Yeah, he's hosted tons of like American TV shows on American cable networks. He's lived in California for a long time. He's been an immigrant in America for a good while.
The way they describe me on my visa is a exceptional alien. Now, I could.
He doesn't live here? Yeah, he lives here. He does. He lives here. He lives in California. He's talked about it a bunch of times.
Get all upset about that. I don't think I'm an alien. I think I'm a human being. But I quite like the word exceptional, so I let it ride. But I'm curious that you would attack Emily for her proximity to whiteness. In other words, she's not completely white, but she looks kind of white, so therefore, doesn't fly.
I mean, she looks like a white woman to me. I'm not attacking her. I'm addressing her. I think there's a difference.
But imagine if I said to you, Jason, imagine if I said to you, Jason Lee, you're kind of black, but it's more a proximity to blackness.
Is there a bot? Which one's the bot? I scrolled through a bunch of messages trying to see. I think it might just be a glitch, because from what I can see, you're the only one.
I get that, but I get that from white people all the time. My mother's Italian, my father's black. I get that I'm Dominican. I really don't care what people think my proximity is to, and I'm not sensitive.
You know what you'd call me if I said that?
I don't take it personal if anybody wants to troll.
You would call me
Tom, there's bots in your life. I know you said that there's a bot that has your name in your profile picture, but I just scrolled through. All of the chats. There isn't anybody with your name in your profile picture. It might just be a glitch, just showing your name in your profile picture. Just refresh. Just click the refresh button and come back. I agree, there's bots. There's tons of bots in the vertical feeds. There's not much I can do about that. That's everybody has to deal with the bots in the vertical feeds. It's YouTube hasn't done anything about it, so nothing I can do about it. But I promise you, there is nobody else with your name in your profile picture.
Be a racist if I said that.
He did just
and you
call
know
me
it.
one.
No, Piers, unlike some people that look like me, I actually think you're exceptional, and I love that you can put it out there and own it and stand in it like I can, and like everybody, like Tommy can, right? And so, you know, my opinion about her is her opinion about Bad Bunny. We are all here to share our opinions, and I have to stand in mine.
I love Bad Bunny, and I'm
As soon as you bring up the race card, you're racist. That's the bottom line, because you're absolutely thinking about race and not the person. Race is a thing that's relevant. Talking about race does not mean that you're racist, but if you think that just mentioning race makes somebody racist, if I point out all the times that Donald Trump has mentioned race about something, does that make him racist? Just because he's mentioned race? That seems like a really weird line to draw.
very confused why you're playing identity politics.
Yeah, so am I. But let's come to Keith, who's been waiting patiently. Bad Bunny is going to be the big figure at the Super Bowl. He is the halftime show. He's obviously seized the Grammys and made a big political statement. He's entitled to do it. But I think if he pulls that stunt at the halftime show, there's going to be massive repercussions. Would he be wise to just focus now on the music?
Well, I think first off, Emily, I have to applaud you. I'm so impressed by your bravery, wearing an American flag purse at the Grammys. I salute you. It's Rosa Parks, MLK Jr., and Emily Austin, the civil rights leaders of our time. I can't believe you were able to survive that. Secondly,
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but thank you.
You're welcome. No, I'm very serious. It's a serious thing you put yourself through. And secondly, I have to say that I don't frankly care what celebrities say. I think they're actually a reflection of our culture. And so they're just mirroring back what a majority of Americans think and feel, that is ICE is out of control. What ICE is doing is un-American, and ICE needs to be either abolished or deeply, deeply, deeply changed. And so I think that those artists
Keith,
too.
Did you feel that way when Barack Obama was breaking all deportation
Barack
records?
Obama.
Well, that's a different.
Yeah, every time, dude. Every time. Did you feel that way when Barack Obama? The problem is not whether or not they're breaking deportation records. Like, the problem is not whether or not they're deporting people. Nobody's upset about deportations happening. Nobody's upset that people are being deported. That is not the issue here. To bring that up over and over and over every fucking time, when every time he does it, the person replies and says, well, I'm not against deporting people. Every time they reply and say, well, I'm not against deporting folks. I don't have an issue with deportation. And every time, Piers decides to repeat it again the next time and ask the same exact stupid question. Every freaking time, dude. He has no other comeback. And he's still, every time they say, well, we don't have an issue with deporting people. We never had an issue with that. Like, he just ignores it and just goes right back to it again the next time.
Well, what do you know why those deportation records
That's
are
different. Why is it different when he's doing it?
Well, it's different because the way that they classify deportations is that they actually turn people away at the border, which is what Obama was doing.
No, Obama deported. No, Obama deported.
Yes,
over 3 million people.
How they count those how they count that a deportation counts is when they actually stop someone at the border and tell them to go back. So that is considered a deportation. So that's where that number comes from. Now, what has happened with Trump is that fewer people are actually going to the border. But what Trump is doing is he actually is doing this insane thing we're all seeing with our own eyes that is on film, which is people are being brought out of their house, many of whom are citizens without any warrant. And I think that is what most people are upset about. And by the way, yes, American citizens are being executed in the street. So if you are for that, then I think that's good, Emily. I think that's good, Tommy. I'm not. I'm glad that there are actually some important, powerful people who are saying that this needs to stop. I wish the billionaires, I wish the CEOs, I wish the people who, as you said, the music executives were on our side. But I'm glad at least some people with a little bit of power are speaking up for those who cannot speak for themselves.
All right, let me come back to Tommy Laren. Tommy, linked to this, we've had the spectacle of the resurrection of Don Lemon as the Martin Luther King of journalism. I got to say, the moment I heard Don Lemon had been arrested in Hollywood, I was like, Donald Trump, what are you doing? Why are you giving this guy the thing he's dreamed about his entire life and the thing he most desperately needs right now in his career, which is giving him the national stage to play the martyr, which is exactly what he's done. And fair play to Lemon, he's done it. But you know, we're all in our way, I guess, we're media people, journalists, and so on. I felt uncomfortable seeing him get arrested. I felt it was an overreach. I think you've got to draw a line between people who are protesting and maybe breaking laws and journalists reporting on it. Whatever you think of a journalist, and whether you even think they are behaving like proper journalists, he identifies as a journalist. He was reporting on it for his show and so on. Did you feel comfortable seeing him arrested? Do you think that was the right precedent to set?
Well, Piers, I got to be real honest with you. I could not care less what happens to Don Lemon, if he's arrested, if he's not. I don't care what he does. I don't care where he's at. I shed not one tear for him. I lose not one wink of sleep for Don Lemon. And you're exactly right. This is what he wanted. He wanted to be a martyr. He wanted to get his moment, and he got it. But I think what's more important here is the precedent that it's set, because we're seeing these agitators in the streets of Minneapolis, LA, and elsewhere out there impeding law enforcement and actually terrorizing communities. In Minneapolis, they have checkpoints where they're checking people's identification. Isn't that ironic? So they can go into certain parts of the city, and they're not allowing those who are federal agents or look like federal agents to enter certain parts of Minneapolis. So it's all ludicrous and ridiculous, and a precedent needs to be set that you're not going to be able to do this. You don't own America. You have no authority. You can't go impede law enforcement. You can't go and protest violently. You can't get in the middle of an arrest or a detention. That's not legal. If you want to stand on the side of the road with your dumbass sign and your nose ring and your BO and talk about how you hate ICE, you are more than willing and capable and able to do that. That's your constitutional right. But you're not able to impede law enforcement. And you can't go busting into a church service, by the way, and disrupting a church service, making people fear for their life. That has gone too far. So the precedent.
Again, there's no evidence that he disrupted a church service. Like, there's no evidence of him. So the disruption part isn't even what he's being charged for. It's for blocking people from being able, impeding them from being able to go into the service. That is what he's being charged with, is from blocking and impeding people from being able to go to church and take part in the service. That is not what he did. That there is no way you can argue that he blocked people from going in. Now, I do think there were people there who did that, 100%. There's obviously people who were there who did do that, and I have no problem with those people being held accountable, or or being punished. I have no problem with that, but yeah, that's not what he did. So it's wild to punish him, the reporter who was just there, like, documenting what was being done.
Precedent needed to be set. I don't care what happens to Don Lemon. Do I really think he's going to pay a consequence?
There's 100% evidence that Don Lemon helped organize that protest. No, there's not. There's evidence that people told him about the organizing. There's evidence that the organizers told him about the organizing and what they organized. There's no evidence that he organized it. There's zero evidence for that. Even if you read the indictment, that's not the claim. So there's no evidence. Oh yes, there is. Okay, so what's the evidence? What is the evidence? You're just going to claim that he knew about the. That's all you're going to do. You're going to repeat what I said. You're going to tell me that he knew about the stuff that the organizers told him what was happening. That's all you're going to do. So go ahead, say it. Don was not just a reporter. He helped them by turning off his camera when they were discussing op details. Okay, that still has nothing to do with it. Whether or not that's not illegal. That has nothing to do with the law. Don Lemon didn't know what they were going to do. He went in with all the call journalism. But he did know what they were going to do. He did know. They told him. That's why he was there. There's tons of it. His own person that was there and said, I'm sorry, do you speak English? Can you speak in full sentences, please? What evidence is there? I don't know what any of that means. That's such broken English. I need a full and complete sentence, please. What evidence is there that he had anything to do with organizing the protest? He didn't say he helped organize it. Yeah, well, they're claiming that somebody said that, but they haven't actually said who, so I'm waiting. If you're with someone that shoots someone, you're just as guilty as the shooter. That's not how that works. Now, if you know about the shooting and you help take part in it, then yeah, sure. You're not just as guilty, but you're part of conspiracy. But that's not what he's being charged with. So you will see the evidence. Wait, no, don't fucking move the goalpost. You said that there's evidence. If I'm not asking to wait and see. You're claiming you already know. So I don't have to wait and see. You have already seen it, right? It's already public. You've already seen it. I'm asking you. You've already made the claim that this is the case. Don't say we'll wait. You didn't say we'll wait before. You didn't say before, oh, I'm going to wait and see what happens in court. You didn't say that. You have already made the claim. So what is the evidence? The last fucking time I'm going to ask you, I don't know if you're fucking too stupid to understand English or if you're just too fucking retarded or you're trying to find a way out of this. But I'm asking you, what evidence is there that he helped organize this? That's it. You made the claim that that's what happened. You already have evidence. So just tell me what it is. It's not hard. What did you want to talk about, Legend?
No.
Go do your research. I did do my research. That's why I'm telling you you're fucking lying. That's why I'm telling you you're a lying piece of shit. I've done my research. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making shit up and you're now exposing yourself in front of everybody that you have no evidence to back up your claims. Yes, you as a man should be capable of telling me what it is that you think. You as a human should be capable of telling another man what it is that makes you think something. You should be able to use facts and logic and evidence to back up your claims. But instead, you're running away like a fucking bitch right now. That's what you're doing. You're fucking scared as fuck, and when I ask you a simple question 3, 4, 5 fucking times, you start to backtrack so fucking quickly, dude. So quickly. Oh, it's so fast every time. Every time. You're victim number 10 tonight. Victim number 10 tonight, just quickly moonwalking away from that claim, dude. Just real quick. Yeah, I've got evidence. Okay, what's the evidence? Oh, I've got it. Here it is. Ready? It's this thing, but that's not what you claimed. Well, I don't have to show you evidence for what I claimed. You find my evidence for me. I shouldn't have to have evidence for my own claims. You should have evidence for my claims. If I just make up a claim, you should be able to go find the evidence to prove my claims. Moonwalk to your mom's closet. That's so good, then. You look great right now. Just by the way, you're just doing a great job. No one's scared of you? Could have fooled me. Y'all look scared.
But I think that there needs to be a precedent set for these individuals who want to go out there and actually terrorize communities, that you're not going to get away with it under this DOJ.
Why should a precedent be set for...
Hang on one second. Hang on one second, Keith. And Tommy, should Bad Bunny be allowed to perform in the halftime show, given how political he made his performance at the Grammys? Because the halftime show at the Super Bowl is supposed to be a great unifying moment for the United States. Over 100 million people watching, all the fans.
What the fuck is he talking about? The Super Bowl is supposed to be a great unifying moment? That should he be allowed? Because it's political? What is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? What the hell is he talking about, dude? What is this? This is a business decision. It's a business. That's all it is. It's not political. It's not woke. It's a business decision. That's it. It's very simple. They're a business.
Families watching from blue states, from red states. It's kind of the one thing of the year where America, it seems to me, as an outsider, when I've been there, comes together. And
again, Mike, nobody's saying the term part of it, okay? Nobody's using the term part of it. We're using legal terms to say that he was not, he did not take part in planning and organizing it. That is a different claim than saying he was part of the group walking in. Okay, well, that doesn't mean anything. You can be part of a group walking in, and as long as you're not obstructing and stopping people from coming in and out of the doorway, then it doesn't matter. You can be part of that group as long as you're not doing the things that are illegal. You're fine. Now, if he planned this and told people to do this, yeah, that would be illegal as well. But he didn't. There's no evidence that he did that either. The fact that he knew about it doesn't mean that he planned it. The fact that planners told him what they were doing doesn't mean that he planned it. And that's not illegal for him to know about this. It's not. Sorry. Like, that's not how that works. For the crime that he is being charged with, that is not how that works. If you want to bring up other crimes for other things, that's fine. He's not being charged with those other crimes. He's being charged with this one.
Is genuinely unified, watching the game, watching the entertainment. If in advance the halftime act has come out and been so...
Were the people that were reporting on January 6th jailed? The ones who went inside the Capitol? Yes, but that's because the Capitol at the time was closed, and obviously private property. The church was not closed. The church was open to the public. So the public was allowed to go inside. The public was allowed to go in there. But yeah, the people who went inside of the Capitol and trespassed, yeah, of course, they're going to be charged with trespassing. Don Lemon was not charged with trespassing. So if that was the case, it would be a very different conversation. Not saying that he was guilty of that necessarily, but that's not what he's charged with. So the federal government does not charge people with trespassing. Those are local jurisdictions. You will just try to justify every bad action, and people make no matter what. Really, then why did I say all of the other people there should be charged, Mike? Answer that. Go ahead. I will try to justify everything that people on my side do. Yet I said all of the other people there should have been charged and arrested. So explain that then. Go ahead. Let's hear that one, Mike. One person out of about 50 I've said is not guilty. The other 49 are. And then you say, well, I'm going to justify all of them. Well, I haven't justified the majority of them. The majority of them I said should be arrested. So can you explain that, Mike? Let's hear the explanation of how 90% of the people, 95% of the people who were there, I've said should be arrested. 5% of them I said shouldn't. So, but you said everybody, 100% I'm going to justify, when you're wrong about 95% of that 100%.
Overtly political, whether you agree with him or not. Should he be allowed to be the halftime show?
Well, allowed to be. Listen, if the NFL made their choice and that's their business decision, then that's their business decision. I'm not one to tell, private companies what they can and cannot do. If that's who they want, that's who they want. I don't think it's a good choice. I don't think someone singing in front of an American audience or rapping in front of an American audience that, doesn't speak Spanish in Spanish, I don't think that's a great idea. But the NFL decided that they care more about Hispanic and Latino viewers, and that was their business decision. I don't think it's a great one, and we'll find out if it is or not. But the NFL made this choice a long time ago with Colin Kaepernick and the rest of it. They decided they want to go woke, that they want to prioritize activism over viewers and over the American people coming together for sport. So that's what they decided they wanted to do. Will it pan out? I'm not so sure it will, but I would also add this in terms of being controversial. Bad Bunny is a mega star. I'm not going to dispute that. He's got hundreds of millions of listeners and fans. And I get that they want to try to attract a Latino audience to the Super Bowl. That's fine. That's their business decision. But this whole thing about him being controversial, there are other celebrities and stars that have huge followings that are also.
Another one. Damn, Mike disappeared again. These people, I'm a magician, dude. I am making people. I'm making folks disappear, dude, for my next act.
So controversial, but the NFL would never go there. For example, Morgan Wallen, huge star, right? But the NFL would never choose Morgan Wallen as their halftime performer because he said the N-word a few years ago, and that would have been a big outcry. So it's never applied evenly. If the NFL wants to do it, go for it. I won't be watching, but I do think the hypocrisy is pretty thick.
All right, Jason Lee, I want to turn to the Melania documentary, which has been widely savaged by critics in, let's be honest, liberal-skewed mainstream media, but has proven to be a massive box office hit, the most successful launch of any documentary theatrically in 10 years, giving Melania the last laugh. Again, it's a very polarizing thing. I watched it and enjoyed it. I know Melania quite well. I've known her a long time. I thought it was an interesting behind-the-scenes look at what it's like to be First Lady over a 20-day period. Interesting watching the juggling of private and public life and so on. And some of the reviews were just plain vicious, savage, nasty because people hate Trump, hate her husband. Isn't this part of the problem that we have with the media, where almost all the mainstream media reviews were savage, and yet a lot of people in middle America went and watched it, enjoyed it?
Yeah, I didn't watch it. Shout out to Melania. She's the most famous immigrant in our country right now. I haven't watched any of her work since she did the Tastefully Nude shoot or soft porn, whatever that thing was that she did before she became First Lady. The fact that we have an immigrant in the White House married to the president that's attacking immigrants who happen to look like me is hysterical. I didn't interrupt you. I'm sorry. Let me go back to something you said about Don Lemon, because he's a friend and I was with him.
Hang on, Jason. To one point, as Emily said, whereas either Donald, I do want to speak hang on. Whereas Donald or Melania Trump attacked immigrants, from what I've seen, they've attacked illegal immigrants. And Melania made the point, she did everything legally. She did it the right way. And like millions of Americans who came in legally into the country and did everything the right way, she's entitled to feel pretty pissed when people just
That's
float in
not-
over an open border. Isn't
No. That's not true. She did not come into the country the right way. She did not do everything the right way. She came in and was an illegal immigrant on on an expired visa for a period. She was here on an expired visa for a while, and was able to use her connections with the government to get her visa back. Generally, if you are here on an expired visa, unless it's like extreme circumstances, you're not able to get another visa. Like you have to be deported, and that's that. Melania was here, and I think she even got like one of the H-1Bs for a while, which was didn't apply to her for modeling. It was not something that applied to her whatsoever, and she still was able to get it.
We can't erase history. We've seen legal immigrants in our country separated from their families. We've seen people here legally sent to countries that they haven't lived in. So we're not going to act like that didn't happen. Just like we're not going to erase slavery, just like we're not going to erase what happened to the Native Americans. History does still matter in this country, even if you take it out of the school system. Now, I know that the fragility of the people that you have booked here with me today keep hemming and hawing and moaning because they can't handle the truth. Maybe it's not in their script, and maybe it's not in the Bible that they continue to use and prop up as a way to defend their behavior. But let's be very clear. Listen, white girl, I'm talking to you now. You can just calm down and let me finish my sentence. I didn't interrupt you, and you can keep.
She's not white. She has a proximity to whiteness.
On the voices of people of color. Listen, Pierce. I said what she is. She can say what she is. She can cry in the car about it. Do another video that goes viral. At the end of the day, what we're talking about in this country is a lack of compassion. When we talk about, the Pledge of Allegiance, justice for all, that means all people. Bad Bunny is an American. He had to remind you that Puerto Rico is a part of the United States, even though you want to lump them in with all the illegals that climbed the gate down in Mexico. And let's be very clear. Immigrants look like all of us. And so why are we only focused on black and brown? I didn't see Bad Bunny say I'm performing at the halftime show because I want a bunch of Mexicans to pull up. And I didn't hear the NFL say that. I've seen Jay-Z integrate culture, diverse culture into the Super Bowl. We saw Jennifer Lopez and Shakira make a very political statement about when they had dancers in cages at that time during their performance.
Let me bring in the others. Let me bring in Emily. Emily, your response.
I'm still waiting for the punchline because you started with something and then you went to something else. I am, according to you, a white girl. I love Bad Bunny, so I'm not really sure what your point is. You keep calling people white as if it's a bad thing. You keep saying America is a place for only white people, yet you are here. With all due respect, if you're on this show, you must be slightly successful. You said you are part black. I'm not sure what your background is because I judge by merit. I'm not part of the DEI clan that judge people by their race or ethnicity. I care about two things. If you are legal in this country, then you are a citizen. I don't care from where you come from, as long as you do it the right way. Both my parents came to Ellis Island and did things the right way. So I don't think it's fair when people just illegally cross the border, cutting the line, and then reap the benefits of American citizens. And number two, I don't care what your skin color is or your ethnicity or your religion. I care that you're a good, kind person and that you're not indulging in these identity politics and trying to play the victim. And you, sir, are a hypocrite because I'm sure
you literally are an identity conflict sitting right here on the screen. Listen, I know more of who I am than you appear to know who you are. I haven't seen your parents' paperwork. I haven't seen your parents' paperwork. How do I know that your parents
Let her finish her point, please.
Everything that you've said on this show has been
Don't talk over each other. All right, I want to bring in. We're running out of
divisive.
Okay,
period.
time out. We're running out of time. I want to end with two things: one for Keith and one for Tommy. Keith, Christopher Nolan has cast Helena Troy in The Odyssey with a black actress, Lupita Nyong'o. Elon Musk says Chris Nolan's lost his integrity, and this is the on-running thing, right? Which is, if you make.
All right, let me know if this lags. If this screws up, the last 2 days, it's gone perfectly, no issues. We're gonna test some of this again today. So let me know if there's any problems with the stream.
made a movie, a dramatized movie about Nelson Mandela or Martin Luther King and cast a white actor, all hell would break loose. If you had a black James Bond, right, people would say, yeah, that's fine. By contrast, Helena Troy, again, if it's a black actress playing Helena Troy, is that right? Is it the right way to do things, or is it deliberately antagonistic?
I don't know if it's antagonistic. I think art's supposed to be subversive, right? And so I think there's some subversion happening there. I think that would be interesting if you want to do a Broadway show about a white MLK.
I don't know if it's supposed to be subversive. It can be. I don't know if it's supposed to be. Like, lots of times art can just like tell us about what we are, who we are, and give us a reflection of culture and society and things that are happening already. To say that art is supposed to be subversive, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. The two lefties on here, I don't really like these guys. The guy who's talking right now, he tends to put out like a lot of what I think is like misinformation or misleading information a lot of times, and I've felt he's a bad source a lot of times. But this other guy, I've never heard him before. He does keep playing into like the identity politics stuff a little bit much. I think he's just trying to like troll them and get at them maybe. So I'm not sure, but yeah, this one's a little odd.
K Jr. I don't know how you do that, but I think it could be interesting. It certainly would get a lot of attention, but I
you'd have a
recommend
white actor doing the "I had a dream" speech.
Again, art's supposed to be subversive. I don't think there should be any rules around this sort of stuff. So I think if someone wants to have a black,
come on, you've even lost Jason Lee on that one. That's how far wild that one is.
I think art should be. Now, is there going to be a market? Is there going to be a market for a white MLK Jr.? I don't think so. But if someone wants to do that, then they should go ahead and give it a shot. I wouldn't recommend it, but I think art's supposed to be subversive. And so I think one of the reasons why that doesn't happen is because it's.
Was the guy white who played Jesus in Passion of the Christ? I thought he was like Latino or something like that. Jim Caviezel played Jesus in the 2004. And Andrea Refuto. Mel Gibson didn't play him. No, Mel Gibson produced it. He didn't play Jesus. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, his father's Swiss and Slovakian, and his mother is Irish. Okay, sheesh. Yeah, I thought he was like Latino or something like that.
Probably no one that's wanting to watch something like that. Whereas I do think there is a subversion that happens. Like Hamlet is a very great example of that, where they had black actors play white historic people because
that's true.
There was and I think I do think there's something interesting about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's funny because there have been pretty consistently white people who have played Latino characters, Asian characters, like Native American characters. Like there have been tons of white people who have played Pacific Islanders. Like there's been tons of white people who have played other ethnicities and races, and when like people complained about it, the right said that like this was woke and that they're being you know, they're just being SJWs about it, and they're like, who cares? It's identity politics, blah blah blah. But then when black people play somebody who may be historically white or something like that, then they get really upset about it. I do think that like it's generally better to have somebody who looks the part and makes it like, well, lots of times when you're doing something that's historically that happened historically, it's best to have things be as accurate as possible. And then if you're doing something that's based on a book or a character or something like that, I don't know that it matters all that much anymore. Like when people whined and cried about The Little Mermaid, and they're like, The Little Mermaid is white. Like, I don't, it's a fucking mermaid. Like, mermaids aren't real, bro. That's not like a historical character. Like, that's not a thing that we need to fucking care about. That's not something that like that matters all that much. Like you're getting upset about stupid shit. Like these are fucking fake things in the first place. They could be fucking blue for all I care. Like it's a fucking mermaid. I don't why do I fucking care if they're white or black? Holy shit. So yeah, it's just the things that the right seems to care about or gets upset about is weird.
I personally think,
you had a white actor
like with
play
James
Jesus
Bond,
in Passion of the
James
Christ.
Bond, like if Ian Fleming has written a series of best-selling books, iconic books about specifically a white agent, you know, a guy from MI6, if it's written that way, I do think you should just be true to the origin of the original books, personally.
I would agree if they had kept him looking somewhat the same over periods of time. I would agree if they got actors that looked similar to one another. But when at some points you have a like, you know, Pierce Brosnan guy who's like this big faced, like, you know, sharp jawed, tall, black hair, you know, guy who's very like posh in his British accent, and you know, it's very, very different. And then all of a sudden you go to a fucking blonde guy who's a little bit shorter but like thinner and more athletic looking, and like and then but before that you had a fucking older gray-haired guy with a beard. Like, holy shit, like I'm sorry, but you don't have any sort of consistency in the way that this person looks either. So yeah, if it was if the same people are making all the, you know, the James Bond movies, and every time they have them look the same and they're looking similar in some way, then sure, I would agree that, like, yeah, it would be weird to all of a sudden throw a black guy in there. That would be fucking weird. I have no problem with that. But that's not the case. They don't all look the same. They don't look similar. They don't look like they could even be related. So I'm sorry, but it's just this isn't the case currently. So I don't have an issue with it. Make them black if you want. I don't give a fuck.
But I do take your point about Hamlet. Tommy, I've got a more difficult question for you. How do you feel about Kim Kardashian dating Sir Lewis Hamilton?
Hey, listen, I think Kim Kardashian, she crushes it. I know there are a lot of people that have issues with the Kardashians, but they are the best business people, certainly of my generation and of my time. So you know what? She's gone through pretty much everybody. She had to be married to Kanye West for I don't know how long, right? She's got to deal with that day in and day out. So if this is what makes her happy, I say go for it. I love the family. I think they're kick-ass business women. So I say, Kim, it's your time. Go for it. You didn't pass the bar, but you're on to the next, and I say go for it.
You know, the problem, Tommy, is I'm here in the UK right now. We're looking at a track record of high-profile British men who end up with American women, right? Let's think about King Edward VIII and Wallis Simpson. Let's think about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Let's think about Brooklyn Beckham and Nicole Peltz. So there's not a great record here. There is a firm lesson, surely, that this doesn't work. That's my concern. Now, I happen to love you and love Emily, but the track record of you American women pairing up with high-profile British guys, it's horrendous.
Well, I reassure you, I probably won't end up with a high-class.
Well, listen, Piers, I think that this is our revenge.
It may well be the revenge, but we'll see how it plays out. Actually, Lewis Hamilton's a great guy. Two things about him which I really like. He's got the hardest handshake of any human being who I've ever shaken hands with, which is apparently down to a lot of the racing drivers do because of the grip on the steering wheel for the Grand Prix. And secondly, he's a massive Arsenal fan like me, which may leave all four of you cold. But Arsenal, our football team, having gone through 22 joyless years, are now favourites to win all four major football competitions in European football, and it couldn't be more thrilling. And if we do, Sir Lewis and I will be the happiest men in the world. So Kim could be in for a very, very fun time come May. Got to leave it there. Lovely to have you on. Thank you all very much, and speak soon. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on...
All right, we're going to watch one more video, and then if anybody wants to continue watching, we're going to move everybody over to the other chat, and we're going to end the vertical stream. So if you guys want to continue watching, we'll move over there. But before we end the vertical stream, we are going to do one more panel.
He withheld
while I start this game, and then after that, we're gonna go over Hutch. Apparently, had a hit piece made on him that a bunch of people are watching, and so I'm gonna go over that. But yes, we'll watch this on the vertical stream, and then after, we will invite everybody to move over to the other stream. There are two streams on my YouTube channel right now. One is in regular landscape form. The other one is in vertical form. And we will end the vertical form in about probably an hour here. So
he withheld certain information, saying he doesn't want to give away where this action is going to take place.
I'm having like secondhand embarrassment watching Tyler bend himself into pretzels to defend the dear leader.
You're trying to make a comparison to something that doesn't exist.
Any rational adult goes, really? They're reacting this strongly to people walking into a church and speaking loudly. Then you're just trying to justify what is Trump's
he was actively
whole goal here, which is punishing people he doesn't
and
like.
preventing the pastor from giving his sermon during the time
okay, well,
when
you
the
watched a
pastor
different
was set
video.
to be giving the sermon.
Don Lemon is a fool, not a felon. At least that was my takeaway after watching the biased left-wing journalists' live stream and coverage of a disruptive protest that shut down church services by anti-ICE agitators in Minnesota last month. I supported the Trump administration's efforts to prosecute the actual activists who stormed into this church and tried to shout down the pastor, scaring families and disrupting the congregation to the point where the church service couldn't continue. That's not free speech, and it's against federal law. But was Don Lemon's coverage of all of this really more than just sympathetic and biased? Was it more than cringeworthy? Was it actually criminal? That's what the Trump Department of Justice is arguing after indicting Don Lemon and some journalists similar to him with federal charges for their role in this event. Now, Don is guilty of trespassing, sure, but that's not a federal crime and it's not a part of this case. And once he was actually inside the church, he stood to the side and recorded. He did not participate in shouting down the pastor or the chants that drowned out the church service. However, the DOJ indictment charges Don Lemon under a federal law that applies to anyone who, quote, by force or threat of force or by physical obstruction intentionally injures, intimidates, or interferes with someone practicing their religion. In reality, I watched the entire live stream of the event, and while that law may apply to some of the activists involved,
Kyle Kowinski over Hutch? Nah. Nah, man. Kowinski also just spreads too much misinformation for me to where I can't do it. I understand like people who don't like what Hutch covers, or that they feel like he covers too much drama, or that he's got like too much of a bias or whatever. I can understand that, but Kowinski is just usually Kyle's suck, but Kowinski is all right. There was a period where, so early on when I first like found out about Kyle, I felt like he was just like way too brain broken. Like he was just, it felt like every time I watched him, he was just wrong about everything, and it was really annoying because for MAGA, I feel like a lot of times my big criticism of them is that they're just willing to put out misinformation, and people just, you know, they'll say whatever they want about Democrats as long as it fits their agenda, they'll say it. But then I ran into people like TYT, Kyle Kowinski, Crystal Ball, like a lot of these people who I did feel like were just they were just like a propagandist, like they were just willing to say anything. But then later, it felt like both Crystal and Kyle had turned a corner, and they were being a lot more pragmatic. They were a lot more they grown up. It felt like they grew up, and they were like doing things in a different way. But it is true that Kyle lost a lot of like subscribers and viewers in that time, and it looked like he was maybe on his way out. Like, I was glad that he was doing it, but I know it hurt his channel. I know it hurt his views, and then he went back and just reverted right back to the other thing, full steam ahead, just fuck it, like we're doing it again, and he is right back to where he was before. And it's like very clickbaity bullshit sorts of titles, lots of like speculation stated as though it's not speculation, as though it's fact, as you know, lots of hating on Democrats in ways that are just lies. Like he just lies lots of times about Hakeem Jeffries and other Democrat politicians. And so yeah, I just kind of lost it with Kyle. So Kyle's okay. He's just brain broken on Israel Palestine. Nah, I don't like, even the Israel Palestine stuff isn't even like the worst for me. It's literally just the way that he talks about like establishment Democrats. Like he seems to just lie every time he mentions any of them. It's just fucking lies. So
At no point did Don Lemon use physical force against anyone. The indictment also says that Don Lemon, quote, posted himself at the main door of the church, where he confronted some congregants and physically obstructed them as they tried to exit the church building to challenge them with quote-unquote facts about U.S. immigration policy. Sorry, well, not sorry, actually, but I watched that part of the live stream too, and while Don Lemon approached people and asked them questions, whatever you think of that, he didn't physically obstruct them or stop them from exiting the church. They could have easily just breezed by and ignored him if they wanted to. Some chose to stop and talk to him, but he didn't stop them from leaving. At the end of the day, the president prosecuting an opposition journalist, even a terrible one, even a biased one, has a clear chilling effect on the freedom of the press and its role calling out the president or the party in power. And it should really only ever be done as a last resort, when there is clear evidence, all partisanship and tribalism aside, of criminal wrongdoing. Stretching federal statutes far beyond the actual evidence on the ground, ironically statutes that President Trump himself has pardoned pro-life protesters for violating, just to own a left-wing journalist, is totally inconsistent with American values. And ironically, it will probably only turn Don Lemon into an even bigger star and a martyr among the left, even after their charges probably eventually fall apart in court. But that's just my take, and the debate on...
Tom can't play 6 ads every 10 minutes on the vertical stream. Is he playing a lot of ads on the vertical stream? I don't choose like when the ads go or anything. I don't press a button to like start ads or anything. It just does it. I have it at what's called moderate ads, to where like it's not at high, it's not at custom, it's not anything like that. I just put the regular amount. But they, on both the regular one and the vertical one, they're both on moderate, but it seems like on the vertical, it just never really plays ad. Like I get like no ad revenue off of the vertical one, even if more people are watching. And it's weird because yeah, it should get more, but it doesn't. So
all of this is only beginning. Joining me to discuss it all, we've got the progressive YouTuber and political commentator Luke Beasley and the conservative commentator and Daily Signal senior editor Tyler O'Neill. Let's get into it. Guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Happy to be here.
So, Tyler, I'll start with you. Tell me why I'm wrong, why Don Lemon is guilty of these charges or deserves to be prosecuted under them in your view.
Yeah, from my reading, I think the indictment is rather clear. Don Lemon did conspire with, or at least he's accused of conspiring with, the agitators who carried out this church invasion.
There's never ads on vertical. Do you have premium? I've when I didn't have premium for like a couple of days and I went to vertical, they did have ads on them. Sometimes they were just like pop-ups. Sometimes they were like full ads that were in vertical format that I had to skip.
So there are three main claims here that the indictment makes against Don Lemon. First, he conspired ahead of time. And then, as we saw in his live stream, he withheld certain information, saying he doesn't want to give away where this action is going to take place. That, many people think, and I'm among them, differentiates him from being a reporter.
Again, you have to fight fire with fire. Fighting fire with fire has to do with like tactics, not morals as much. Like when we're talking about the Trump administration is telling Texas to redraw their lines and make it to where they can get more Republican congressmen in that. So then the liberal legislators leave so that they can't vote on it, so that they can't do it, and then California chooses to redraw their lines. That's fighting fire with fire. But if we say, oh, well, they make up shit about us, so we'll just make up shit about them, that makes it to where we are just as confused. We have like the MAGA populace is super confused about what's happening in the world, what's actually going on, what they're voting on, what they're not voting on, who they're voting for, who they're not voting for, like what the policies are, what the values are, what happened in the world today. They have no fucking idea because all the people that they watch just lie about this shit and make it up. Like, you know, telling people that the SIG went off with the Alex Preddy situation and shit like that. Like, they just lie and make it up. If we start doing that as well, we will be MAGA. We will be MAGA. We will be just as confused as them. When it comes to people who are giving us the news and giving us information and giving us like analysis, they have to be held to a standard to where they cannot be Tim Pool. They can't be those people. If they are, they're just not. They are just making sure that we are just as lost as MAGA is.
Reporter just saying what was happening and making him more of an activist involved in the action itself. Furthermore, you see during the actual activity, yes, he is not chanting ICE out. He is not chanting things like "we shut this down" like the other people there were chanting, which I think is very revealing. But he did physically get in front of the pastor, and it was him and two others who were kind of flanking the pastor and forcing the pastor back. And according to the indictment, what you see him doing is getting very physically up in front of the pastor. And then when the pastor, kind of tries to back away, Don Lemon acts as though the pastor is pushing him. Meanwhile, Don Lemon, the pastor asked Don Lemon to leave, and Don Lemon says, "No, I'm not going to leave." And then he says, "Oh, I'm always praying, I'm always worshiping God," in response to the pastor saying, look, we're trying to have a church service here. We're trying to exercise our First Amendment right to that free exercise of religion. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the third part of the indictment against Don Lemon is when he's standing outside the church. And the indictment says he was blocking people from leaving. I'll leave it up to viewers to make that determination. And ultimately, the jury is going to make.
I'll leave it up to viewers. I'll leave it up to viewers. That is the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's what his charges are for. You're here to talk about the charges. You're here to give your opinion on the charges. All you did is just say what the charges said and then say, I'll leave it up to viewers as to whether or not that's the case. We'll have to wait for the court case. What are you here for? What are you here for? You're literally here for nothing then. The whole thing is for you to talk about this. That's literally the whole idea right now. What are you doing here?
Make that determination. But to me, what we saw over and over here was a man who was willingly taking part in, joining, promoting, and engaging with the invasion of a church. And let me just put an exclamation mark under that, because I think it's very important. Americans do not stand for people having their church service interrupted like this. And there's a clear difference between protesting in a public space and making your opinion known, which people have every right under the First Amendment to do, and then actively actively going into invading a church service, undermining it, chanting, "Who shut this down? We shut this down." The sort of actions that we saw are egregious, and I think they have not got.
Yeah, again, I don't think anybody's arguing that the other people who did block the doorways, who did, chant and do things, should be charged with, and were told to leave, should be charged with trespassing. Like, I think that's fine. That makes sense. I haven't heard anybody arguing against that. That doesn't seem to be an issue. But that Don Lemon didn't seem to do those things, and he's not being charged with trespassing. So that, if you wanted to charge them with trespassing, that would be fine. That's not what's happening.
Gotten the sort of condemnation that they deserve.
All right, Luke, I want to hear your perspective on this.
Yeah, I mean, this topic is pretty easy for me because, like, Tyler, I thought you did a good job of trying best you could in the least embarrassing way possible to explain why this makes any sense. When, in my case, I don't have to do much arguing because we have the video of it, and I think any rational adult can watch Don Lemon.
I just realized on the vertical stream, it looks like I'm part of the panel. If you guys are watching this on the vertical side, it looks like I'm like part of the panel. I'm waiting my turn to speak. I should just pause it every once in a while and like put myself full screen and be like, actually, I think you guys are both wrong. What really happened here?
Walking in very peacefully and interviewing people, uncovering. And I also know that if it were Nick Shirley going, guys, I got an advance tip that there were going to be left-wing agitators in this church. And so I walked in and I asked.
So yeah, there's possibly going to be some lag. If there is, in all caps, if you guys could just type in chat lag, and that'll let me know if there's an issue. If it starts to get like a spinning circle or something, it goes down at all, just type F in chat, and that will make it to where I'll know that it's going down.
Ask the pastor what he thinks about it, and I filmed.
Wait, lag already? Is it just the game that's skipping, or is it? Fuck, where's the thing?
Let's go to that field depot.
Your voice and video are out of sync. Oh shit, are they really? Oh shit. They are. Wait, no, my voice is in sync, but it is skipping. I can see that my audio is working fine, but my video is skipping. Okay. All right, let me... Seems fine on my end. Yeah, it's the vertical that's fucking up right now. Okay. Let me see if I can fix this.
The protesters, no one would have a problem with it, and no one would think it was anything other than journalism. This was obviously him reporting on a notable event, and the broader event, even if you can find technical laws that were violated, any rational adult goes, really? They're reacting this strongly to people walking into a church and speaking loudly. This is from the same people who are happy that Trump pardoned people who violated the FACE Act, and previously were acting like the FACE Act was unconstitutional and it was an outrage that under the Biden administration anyone would be prosecuted under that. And obviously I will bring it up ultimately just because I know it's an important principle and I think it fleshes out consistency. But if, I don't know where Tyler stands on this, but if he...
Okay, it should be better now. Let me know. I think I fixed it. It looks like it's fixed.
Is not 10 gazillion times outraged by Trump pardoning January 6ers, even the violent ones, then I have zero interest in what he has to say on this, because obviously it's not consistent. And pretending like that was an appropriate protest at the Capitol, trying to block the certification election, but then thinking this was like the worst thing since who knows when, is completely ridiculous. And again, we're not even talking about, as Brad referenced, the broader protests, which I guess you could have more to say about, even though I still think the reaction from the right has been a little bit silly. But definitely Don Lemon going in there. If you watch that video and you see him, what was the word you used, as an invader who's trying to prevent people from worshiping, as opposed to capturing on video and interviewing people about a protest that was going on and them speaking loudly near other people in a church, then I think that you're purposefully distorting what actually happened.
Okay, Tyler, your response to that.
Yeah, so when you watch, I mean, this is not people just standing there talking. This is people who are bragging about shutting down a church service. I mean, it's in their own words where they're saying who shut...
Again, Luke just explained that like the people who went there and did that is one thing. Talking about Don Lemon is different. And then this guy goes right back to talking about what all of the other people did instead of what Don Lemon did. Is there actually going to be a conversation here, or is this guy just going to keep pivoting to what other people there did when you're there to talk about whether or not arresting the journalist for this is okay and whether or not the journalist did something wrong?
Shut this down, we shut this
Don
down.
Lemon was chanting that?
No, I'm not claiming
We're
Don
talking about
Lemon
Don Lemon.
was.
Oh.
Well, so you
Yeah,
drew
so Don
the
Lemon
claim...
was filming the event, as you know, and you watched the video, and he wasn't doing anything that you could portray as illegal. So then you're just trying to justify what is Trump's
he was
whole
actively
goal here, which is punishing
confronting
people he doesn't
and
like.
preventing the pastor from giving his sermon during the time
Okay, well,
when
you
the
watched a
pastor was
different
set
video.
to be giving
Okay.
the sermon.
You watched a
No,
different video.
I mean,
All
the
right.
video
Everyone
is
just need
very
to watch the
clear.
video.
What
Hey, if you guys see the battery for the, or whatever it's called, the field crate for the depot, let me know.
what he was doing at that point, he is going up in front of the pastor who's trying to give a sermon, and the pastor
asking
tells him
questions after-
directly.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
The pastor tells him directly, "We want you to leave because we're trying to worship God." And he essentially says, "Oh, I'm always worshiping God." And then while he's constantly asking him, "No, I mean this," but this is the thing, right? They didn't go outside the church and
Stop saying
post
they.
their picket
Talk
signs.
about Don, please.
Well, yeah, Don didn't either. Don went in with everybody. He knew what was happening, and he chose to enter that church, and he chose not to leave when the pastor asked him not to leave, and he physically...
So again, so he could be charged with Hey, if you see the Field Depot crate let me know. I'm looking for the battery for the field depot. But yeah, this is that he's not being charged for any of these things. So I don't know why, again, he's bringing up things that are just not relevant to what they're being charged with. He just read the charges, like literally just a minute ago. He literally went over what was said on the indictment, and instead of him actually saying, yeah, they were charged with this and they should be for X, Y, and Z reason, he didn't. He started talking about what other people did and is talking about charges that they're not being charged with. So this is so fucking stupid.
He got up to the pastor. Now, of course, you know, he did mostly ask
That's
questions.
called approaching somebody.
All right. I'm going to take over here and ask a question.
Wait, can I say one other thing? Yeah.
Briefly, then I'm going to ask Tyler a direct
just
question.
one other thing. You might be asking this question, but like, you didn't reference my other points about the contradictions here too, and sort of the MAGA logic and the selective outrage.
Well, let's come back. I have a question about January
to
6th in mind. Let's come back to that. But Tyler, just get real with me for a second. The indictment says that Don Lemon, and this is required for the FACE Act, physically obstructed or used the threat of force to stop people from exiting the church, including the pastor. I watched that video. I don't see Don Lemon physically restraining or threatening anyone. Even if you think he was trespassing, you think he was embedded, the conspiracy aside, you really think he was physically intimidating people and preventing them from leaving the premises?
There were quite a few of those or statements there. You also have to realize this is two different charges against.
I don't know why he said that either. That there are quite a few of those or statements. Yes, he's giving you a lot of options to choose from based on what the charges are. You can say that he did any of the above. Pick one and say which one you think he did. What was the or statements? What does that have to do with anything? This guy is so weird.
The against Don Lemon and against the
I'm asking
others.
about the second charge, the FACE Act charge, which requires the threat of or physical obstruction.
Yes. So when it comes to physical obstruction, he and two others, members of the group, are going up on the pastor, preventing him from moving and asking him questions. Now, we'll see. I mean, I'm not the prosecutor who is bringing these charges, but when it comes to interrupting someone when they're about to, this is private property where the pastor was planning to give his sermon. And in the middle of that sermon, they came up and blocked him. And Don Lemon, knowing that and this is the remarks that he gave before the event, he said they're going to be disrupting business as usual, which is what he engaged in. Honestly, to me, I think the stronger charge is the KKK Act charge, because with that one, they are protecting these people whose right to the free exercise of religion was arguably abridged. And I think Don Lemon was very much part of that abridgment.
So Luke, I'm sorry. I'll come to you in one sec. I have to ask Tyler about this. So you identified the two charges and you said that the KKK Act charge is stronger. But on the second charge, the FACE Act, I do want to read you something from the Heritage Foundation's website. In a March 2025 memo, the Heritage Foundation called the FACE Act, quote, irredeemable as policy and beyond Congress's constitutional authority. They also supported the pardoning of pro-life activists who were convicted under FACE Act charges, pardoned by President Trump. Isn't it, generally speaking, the conservative position that the FACE Act itself is unconstitutional, but suddenly people are cheering for it now that it's being used against a liberal journalist?
I mean, the FACE Act is established law, so you can support the repeal of a law and also not, oppose it being enforced for the protection of religious worship.
So you think that law is unconstitutional, but you can still use it to arrest people when you don't like them. So that's fine. There's not a problem there. Especially if you don't like them a lot.
Now, the main answer to your question, though, I think, where the rubber meets the road here, is many of those people who were prosecuted under the FACE Act were also not physically obstructing people from entering. So you had people like Mark Hook, who was prosecuted under the FACE Act, and he was not obstructing anyone. In fact, the actions for which he faced charges and ultimately was acquitted because he was not violating the FACE Act was that he stood up for his son when someone had tried to attack his son while they were at a protest outside an abortion clinic, not when they were physically blocking people from going in. Notably, many of these people were charged also when they had not actively gone into an abortion clinic or prevented people from going into the abortion clinic.
Right. And I would be against that and against it in Don Lemon's case. So Luke, I'll turn it over to you for a moment.
Yeah, I feel like this is slightly, I say this with love, and I appreciate to be here, a slightly...
I'm not gonna lie. I can't stand Luke because of that sort of shit, but sometimes it's just fucking funny, dude. Sometimes it's just funny when he does it. Like, he's like always doing this like little sly, like, hey man, like, look, I'm just happy to be here. Like, I appreciate you guys coming and talking to me. And I like what it is that you had to say there in as honest of a way as I think you're capable of saying it. And so I think like he always says things in like this very, pretend sweet character sort of way. It's just, I don't know, man. He's a fucking prick, but it's funny sometimes.
Strange conversation to be having for the reasons I said before, which is, to me, I just feel I'm having like secondhand embarrassment watching Tyler bend himself into pretzels to defend the dear leader, when I think even he knows, like when you're explaining the past cases you disagree with, you're kind of making a perfect comparison to Don Lemon. Like, if you had an instance of people protesting and actually obstructing outside or in an abortion clinic, and some of the people were prosecuted, and then there was a journalist who was among them trying to cover the event of that protest, and it was a right-wing journalist, I know you would be so up in arms. He read that quote of the Heritage Foundation. There would be this is the worst. I mean, I heard it already. This is the worst violation of our rights ever, and this is why Biden hates the First Amendment. Then the second that it's Trump wanting to get retribution against somebody that he doesn't like, who even I know when you're privately watching the video, you're like, oh shoot, I have to debate this on Brad Palumbo's show? Okay, I guess I'll bend myself into the most complex pretzel ever to do so. So it's a little bit embarrassing, but I get it, I guess.
See, he is like I get it. Like, you have to bend yourself in the pretzel sometimes to lie. I guess, it's a decision, but it's just like the way he does it, dude. It's so fucking obnoxious, but it's also kind of funny.
But then I would believe more the Trump administration's reasoning on something like this if it wasn't obviously in line with a pattern. So if I even hear Tyler, the way he's speaking compared to probably how he talked about the next issue.
This is literally what I used to do. Like, all the time. I used to do this all the fucking time. Like, do this, like, very friendly, nice guy act, but I always had, like, a, what do you call it? Like, a backhanded compliment that I was throwing at them at the same time. So I have a lot of appreciation for the gimmick. Dude, I cannot find this fucking crate. It's I think this is like day number 5 of me trying to find the fucking crate for the one that's next to the hospital. I found it the other day in the hospital. I found it inside the hospital. And so I thought, oh, okay, so it's inside the hospital. But it wasn't in, like, its crate when I found it. And so now I'm thinking, okay, because I've gone to the hospital like 5 times since then, and it hasn't been there. So now I'm thinking, okay, it's probably not supposed to be there. Somebody probably took it there just to be a fucking dick. and I just happened to find it. But on that day, I couldn't find any of the others. Oh, wait. I'm so fucking stupid. The shit reset. Yeah, the trials are over. Okay. I was just trying to think of something easy I could do to test running the streams. Alright. Well, I got Nil Toro out of this. There was a fucking... What do you call it? There was a security locker inside. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. There was a security locker inside of the hospital.
That he feels more confident
I've
about.
never seen that before.
There's a level of like, maybe I can sort of use words to defend this, but it's tough. And in that context, when you see it in the pattern of behavior from the Trump administration of just waging an all-out assault on the First Amendment with his wild lawsuits and threatening licenses and talking about getting Pam Bondi to prosecute protesters who just shouted in his vicinity at a restaurant under RICO, or the long list of ways that he's undermined the First Amendment and attacked the free press.
We'll come to some of those.
Then, yeah, all of a sudden you have, this is a part of a pattern. So whatever goodwill we'd give to the Trump DOJ, believing this is really about protecting people's ability to worship, goes completely away when you see the broader record.
What's your response to that,
Tyler? How many mosques and how many pro-LGBT churches have we seen conservatives go into, disrupt in the middle of...
We literally saw this from a woman who was running for Congress as a Republican. So this wasn't even just like a journalist. This is a woman who went inside of the church and started to... Oh, milestone reached. Okay, so I just got... Fuck! I didn't... Fuck. Well, Alex, we are not going to... We're not going to be in the same league now. Shit. But yeah, anyways, the thing that I was gonna say is something that nobody could have thought of, including me. It's amazing.
Service or in the middle of prayer, and then have a conservative journalist go in and join that.
Oh, that's right. Yes. No, so she did go in. She did say that they were like pedophiles and they're trying to... I'm pretty sure a person just killed another person. I'm trying to find them.
10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
I think it might have been inside of the I think it might have been inside the thing, because I don't see a radar flare anywhere, so... Fuck.
That effort and face charges. I've never heard... So you're trying to make a comparison to something that doesn't exist. And
no, I just did the abortion clinic thing that did exist, and you were upset
clinic,
about.
No, I'm not upset about...
You just said you were.
Give Tyler a chance to just flesh it out.
Give him a chance to cope.
When it comes to abortion clinic protests, if people go into the abortion clinic and try to prevent people from engaging in what the law protects, I do not oppose them facing charges for that. I do not oppose someone...
I just heard somebody talking, but I don't know where they are. It's gonna be okay, buddy. Yeah, I think they're inside of the... They're inside of the... extract.
One facing charges for trespass if they claim to be a journalist while filming an event like that, when they're going into a place that they're not allowed or not welcome.
So Tyler, does that apply in, I will say, like in the case of, for example, Trump pardoning January 6th protesters, is it not
No, actually, I haven't died in like 3 days. I have not been going around and murking people, and I haven't even been shot or shot at in days on solos. But on top of that, still have not died. Like, all right, we're gonna see if this motherfucker's here. Huh. Thought maybe a fireball would be there that I could shoot if there's trials. Yeah, I haven't died in days. The only time I got shot at was on duos with Mantis. That's it. The one time, and it's actually kind of funny. Because I got confused when we got to them. This is one of the...
What is the fucking vote?
Hold on. The guys with the accents are almost definitely them.
We could kill this
No.
rocketeer. Don't you need to drive it? Oh, shit.
Oh, there's somebody else coming. Oh!
Wow.
There's somebody else.
Let's go up.
You're good, bro. We're not coming after you. We're going up. Yeah, you're fine. We're just going to fight the Rocketeers. You guys are fine. So I never got a look at these guys. Never looked at them. Never saw them. Didn't know. Had no idea what they looked like. And it was just, yeah, totally, like, unaware of. Sorry, I gotta close out a couple of things. I was totally unaware of like who they were. As far as their like their
Where's the
costumes
Sentinel?
or whatever. Right there. What do you mean?
Look out for the Sentinel, guys.
GG's.
All right. Boom.
Okay, I'll go get it.
Hey, let's speed down here.
There's people shooting folks down here.
They're shooting at my teammate. They're shooting at Brian.
Let's get him. Oh shit! You got me.
Got him.
Raider, down there.
Well, I'm gonna go get him.
Okay, I'm pushing with you.
Right here, right here, right here.
Raider, down there.
Right here. He's f***ed. He's f***ed.
He's right here.
So yeah, so Mantis went right in. I had no idea like what the other team looked like. So now the other team is rushing in and I'm standing there like, wait, when I get there, I don't know who's who or who's shooting who. I don't fuck.
Yeah, they're
I don't know
right
what
on
to
me.
do.
They're right where I am.
Get him, get him, get him.
There's two of them. There's two of them.
So I get here, there's a guy right there, but I don't know if that's him. There's another one right here. No, those are our teammates. Wait, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, we're on the same team. Chill, chill, chill. We're all on the same fucking team. We're all on the same team. Okay, hold on. Let me pick up my teammate.
Hell yeah! Good job, guys. Good job.
There we go. I think you are with them. What is the fucking problem?
Hold on. The guys with the accents are almost definitely them.
No.
I didn't hear anybody with f***ing accents before. F that.
Hey.
I don't know what happened right there. I have no idea.
Y'all are the same color.
Ooh.
That's what you get for having accents. That's funny. They pretended to be with us. They're like, oh, I'm so sorry. My bad.
We fell for it for a minute. We
Yeah,
Well, those guys.
We got one of them.
What is the fucking
That is the only gunfight I've gotten in I think 3, maybe 4 days. That's it. Like, haven't shot anybody, haven't shot at anybody, that's it. Just this. So I got confused because you said we're on the same team. Yes, because I couldn't see who was where. So when I saw those 2 guys over there, I thought, well, they're not shooting. So I guess it's just our guys left. And I kept seeing flares go up. And so I saw 2 flares go up. And so I thought, okay, so I think we got everybody. That's it. And then they start shooting. And I'm like, we're on the same team. We're on the same team. And then I hear from the other side, oh, okay, my bad. But then I'm like, wait, there's 2 guys behind me. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to take this opportunity to pick up Mantis. So I'm like, let me pick up my teammate. Hold on. And I go pick her up. I'm fucked. I'm about to die. So then I stood there and I hear their accents and I'm like, all right, let's fucking get them now, dude. Fuck this. The other flare was the guy helping me. Yeah, so there were 2, but there was one right before you got hit. So right before you got hit, a flare went up, and then you got hit and a flare went up. And then another guy's flare went up, but I don't know who's who, so I have no idea whose flares are going up, whose aren't. And so now I'm fucking lost. So I'm glad I did it because it stopped me from dying, because if I had died, we all would have fucking died and it would have been over. But yeah, it just made it to where he picked up his teammate, I picked up you, and then we were able to shoot them and get the one of them ran away. So. Hold
hypocritical to be throwing the book at Don Lemon, really finding any way to hit him with serious federal charges, while simultaneously the Trump administration let many January 6ers, including some violent ones, off the hook, and it's pardoning, convicted fraudsters and all sorts of people. Doesn't that undercut the credibility to go after someone like Don Lemon?
I think those cases are different, but I don't defend the pardons of January 6th.
That's good.
Okay.
I
appreciate
would
that.
not call them protesters, especially not when you're invading the Capitol like that. Now, there are questions I will mention about what
Brad Palumbo looks perpetually startled. He does. He's a very good looking guy though. Like, I think I would go gay for Brad Palumbo. I think that's one person whose dick I would probably suck.
why I've tried to get into the Capitol, like I've walked around the Capitol, and just of no intent of doing anything wrong, Capitol Police will block you from even setting foot on one step of the Capitol. And that raises a lot of questions to me as to how these people were able to fully get in there.
No,
but
it doesn't. Can I answer that?
once you go into the Capitol, and once you're removing materials from Nancy Pelosi's office, and once you're doing this sort of thing, that is utterly unacceptable. And
Sure,
I
Luke,
condemn that.
a brief word on this, and then I do have a
Yeah.
follow-up question for you about it.
Yeah, I know we're not trying to shift into a whole January 6th debate,
Yeah,
and
I
I
don't
do
wanna do
appreciate
that.
you're willing to say that Trump was wrong on that, and it kind of diminishes any argument he can ever have about backing the blue or being against violence whenever, if you do it
That's
on his
not what
behalf,
I said,
he'll pardon
but-
you. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were going all the way in the moral direction. Whoops. But with how did they get in?
Wait.
That, and it kind of diminishes any argument he can ever have about backing.
That is utterly unacceptable.
Sure, Luke, a brief word on this, and I do have a
Yeah.
follow-up question for you about it.
Yeah, I know we're not trying to shift into a whole January 6th debate,
Yeah,
and
I
I
don't
do
wanna do
appreciate
that.
you're willing to say that Trump was wrong on that, and it kind of diminishes any argument he can ever have about backing the blue or being against violence whenever, if you do it
That's
on his
not what
behalf,
I said,
he'll pardon
but-
you. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were going all the way in the moral direction. Whoops. But with how did they get in? if you're not expecting that a mob of people, because the president, yes,
he's a bit too pretty for me. Yeah, he needs to shave his head.
Said peace patriotically.
He needs to shave his head and grow goatee.
Among a bunch of other provocative statements, send you down to the Capitol, and then there's way too many people for the Capitol Police resources to deal with, then yeah, them backing away, as you made it sound like I've tried to walk into the Capitol before and the Capitol Police stopped me, because it was you walking in and not bashing their faces in and breaking windows. So it's not like a strange mystery as to how people got in the Capitol. We watched them get in the Capitol violently. And the reason that sometimes the Capitol Police backed off was because when it's 1v300, then you know you're probably going to have to back away at some point.
So
Well, are you going to
I don't want to
condemn the
relitigate all this,
violent
guys.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
I do condemn violent Antifa.
And
think
all the violent riots in 2020?
During BLM, yes, 100%. Again, I'm consistent. I'm not a partisan hack.
appreciate both of that from you guys. But I want to ask you about, so it's interesting that you brought up the January 6th example, and I understand why you did, but I actually was going to anyway, because several people who are actual journalists, work with conservative media organizations, essentially went along filming with the mob on January 6th, including one who was a contributor to the Blaze and a freelance journalist. And so his name was Steve Baker. He was hit with serious federal charges by the Biden administration and the DOJ. And because he went along with and filmed and kind of joined in on this mob that was committing an illegal act, no one cried press freedom then. No one really viewed that as like a dystopian outrage. How do you square that circle compared to Don Lemon? It's not.
Well, I think that there's a pretty big difference when you look at the fact that Don Lemon was at a church, which is an open to the public building. It is not. It wasn't on a Wednesday night. It wasn't closed. It wasn't at a point where. I don't know why you guys are looking at me like that. I think that I'm making a fairly rational point that, like, if the building's open, they're not trespassing just by walking in. But if they ask them to leave at that point, they would be. But the Capitol grounds were closed. Nobody was confused as to whether or not it was open or not. They had to break windows to get in, and they had to fight through lines of police and barricades. And that I think that it's pretty clear that there are drastic differences between one and the other, and I think it's the fact that one is open to the public. If you walk inside of a grocery store while it's open and you make a lot of noise and they ask you to leave, it makes sense that you would be trespassed in that case, and they would kick you out. But you just walking inside of the grocery store is not wrong until they kick you out. But if you walk in while it's closed, that's very different. That is what they did at the Capitol, and that's not what Don Lemon did. But I don't know. You guys are looking at me like I'm crazy. So if you can finish your question, Brad.
Not an exact comparison, but it's not extremely dissimilar either.
Well, number one, I do think it's extremely dissimilar. I'm also not particularly familiar with that case, and have no problem saying there could have been when you have that many prosecutions that have to happen and that many people who broke the law all at once. And it's super important you make an example out of people who were through violent means literally trying to, or even the people who weren't violent, trying to prevent an election from being certified, like the foundation of our entire system of government. Yeah, I do think that extra aggressive prosecutions is totally justified if you care at all about our democratic republic. But if I looked more into that case and it felt like, no, he really was not trying to participate in that, he wasn't going there with the goal of obstructing or brazenly breaking laws, then I'd be fine being like, hey, as they...
Bad answer. Sorry, Luke. Bad answer. I just explained the difference. It is that just by being there at the Capitol, you were already trespassing. Just by being there, you were already trespassing. Like going inside of a church while it's open to the public is not trespassing just by being there.
They were sweeping up all these people who need to be prosecuted. They hit one who shouldn't have been. I don't really see that as a massive contradiction, because I'd be fine if I saw enough evidence to say that. But again, I'm not super familiar with that one.
All right, Tyler, I'll come to you in just a second. First, I want to play you guys a clip of Trump from his inauguration speech. Then we're going to discuss whether he's lived up to these bold promises. Listen to this.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
So I guess I'll just set the table where I'm at on this. Love what he's saying, haven't loved so much what he's doing. In fact, that's an understatement. When you look at things like his targeted retaliation against law firms because he doesn't like the clients that they serve, you look at the way he's retaliated against press organizations like the Associated Press who don't use his preferred word choice, or I guess you'd have to call Gulf of America a noun, like a proper noun, not a pronoun, but so his preferred proper nouns. And then you put it in the context of also the immigration crackdown, which has been deeply ideological. Cases like Rumeysa Ozturk, the Tufts student, who the Trump administration internal documents have been revealed, literally just tried to remove her from the country and had her arrested because of an article she wrote criticizing Israel in her student newspaper. Tyler, I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like this is the pro-free speech administration we were promised. Your thoughts?
Well, I think in many of those cases, the administration is taking action in a way that they think is protecting the American people. When it comes to immigration in particular, and that case, when you're talking about the government has plenary power to remove someone's status. And so when it comes to, and I'm not the biggest fan of choosing people for stances that are out of line, but if you look at when it comes to this Israel advocacy, many of these people are advocating for and engaging in harassment of Jews on college campuses. And I think that's a context
Ozturk
there
did not do
that's
that.
key to
Some
that.
have, but she did not, to be clear.
Okay. Well, and I'm not familiar with that case in particular, so I'd have to look at. I think there are ways that the Trump administration has supported press freedom, like restoring press passes to many of the journalists who had them all revoked under the Biden administration, and allowing new media, both from the right and from the left, into the White House press briefing room.
Just
Like,
not the
these
Pentagon
are
press
big
corps,
steps.
unless they sign a ridiculous policy.
Yeah, that's a more debatable issue. I do think that the administration has some legitimate concerns about leaking, especially when you look at the threats that we have from China and how much they're stealing our information when it comes to military secrets. But yes, there are different stances that people will take, and I have not signed that Pentagon statement myself. Some of my colleagues have.
Really? Well, that surprises me because a lot of conservative media journalists refused to sign it out of principle because part of it required them to essentially agree not to solicit information the government doesn't want released, even not just classified information, but any unauthorized information, which I think is basically promising you won't do your job and you'll just recycle press releases. But look, more broadly on free speech, your thoughts on Trump living up to those bold promises or maybe not so much.
Yeah, okay, let me just quickly demonstrate something, Tyler. Imagine that Brad brought up a clip of some Democrat being like, Joe Biden is the most mentally fit that he's ever been, and he's just sharp as a tack, and nothing has changed in the last decade. And I responded with, yeah, well, there's different ideas on this subject, and people debate it, and maybe some people have a point, but like, I think that's generally correct. You'd be like, bleh, that's so ridiculous. Like, just be honest. I think even if you like Trump, you can't say you like him or you believe within the context of liking him that he's been.
Obviously, yes, the people who were like saying they're like Biden's the sharpest he's ever been and shit like that, probably fine to criticize those people for the way that they talked about that. That was probably a little hyperbolic, going a little too far. It seems in context it's not as bad, considering that there was a large group of people on the right who were saying that he incompetent, that he didn't know where he was, he didn't know what he was doing, he wasn't in charge of the country, he wasn't running the White House or the presidency, somebody else was doing it for him, that he was he was incapable of speaking. Like, those things were way more untrue and way more like hyperbolic than he's in the best shape he's ever been. But the response to that is trying to convince people that he is mentally capable of doing the job, and I understand that that's what those responses were meant to be, and so I don't hold them, I'm not too upset about the he's the sharpest he's ever been sort of rhetoric that existed, but obviously was a little much.
Strong on the First Amendment. He's been going berserk. He admits that. He will say, aside from what his administration does, he will say, like I said, I want Pam Bondi to bring RICO cases against those pink whatever protesters who said I was Hitler. Insane. Or the government, this is a quote, should come down hard on MSNBC. And then he started doing that, right? He brings these ridiculous lawsuits against CBS, for example, while they're trying to get a merger to go through. He's withholding the merger, preventing them from making a bunch of money to force them, threatening them into settling with him and paying him off a bribe. He's like open, and you have to do me favors and you can't cross me too much, otherwise I'm going to sue you. The New York Times, he's done that as well, and then leverages his government power to punish you until you go ahead and pay him through a settlement, what I see is essentially a bribe. Even in the cases of the lies that were told in the aftermath of the ICE shootings, you have these people exercising their First Amendment, and then they get killed, and then the Trump administration comes out and lies about that. That one has to do with the First Amendment.
He was still way more effective legislatively than Trump. Yeah, that's why even lots of times when I'm trying to make that point, I will leave alone whether or not Biden did it. I don't care if you think Biden did it. So one way or the other. So normally I will say the Biden administration was the most effective and efficient presidency of my lifetime, right? That is, the Biden administration was the best presidency of my lifetime. Because when I say Biden was the best president of my lifetime, or, Biden was the most effective and efficient president, I immediately have to get into an argument about his competency during that presidency, and I would rather just not even have to have that argument, because it's a fucking stupid one. Like, unless that's what the debate is about, I'm fine to have a full debate about the competency of Biden during his administration. I can go through tons of video evidence of him having, full speaking engagements with no issues. I can go through tons of evidence of him when they all said that he was in hiding, that he wasn't doing interviews, that he was on a beach somewhere and somebody else was running the government, that he was at the White House. There was tons of videos of him at the White House during this time. So we don't have to really wonder about any of those things. We were pulling it up on my channel on almost a daily basis, watching the White House YouTube channel, showing what it was that he was doing at the time. So it's just pretty easy to combat when it comes to that shit. But yeah, if we're not having that debate, I want to avoid it. I would rather not get sidetracked on an entire fucking debate about his competency.
And what y'all previously cared about, which was the Second Amendment in the case of Alex Preddy. You have like Miles Taylor being investigated for a book he wrote that Trump didn't like. Obviously, the whole James Comey case and them shopping around to different prosecutors and firing people if they won't bring a case, proving that it's a weak and flimsy case, has nothing to do with them really being concerned that Comey lied, that a leak that actually was beneficial to Trump's campaign happened under his watch at the FBI.
So, Luke,
that's obviously last thing because he doesn't like what Comey said about him. So these are his
part of the First Amendment allows you to block ICE from carrying out deportations.
That's not what I said.
Part of the First
Alex
Amendment
Preddy was not blocking them from. Did you see him like waving people along? Here, come by. He was just shouting.
Yes, he was again to the second time we see both Good and Pretty both waving cars to come by. They're not blocking traffic. They're not blocking ICE. They're not blocking any. They are not stopping people from going. They're not impeding traffic. They're not obstructing. They're like, we can see they are waving people to go by and move, and they're not stopping anybody. In like, if you want to say like, okay, well, they're not allowed to stand in the middle of the street, that's fine. But now all of you progressives who wanted to do this before, now is your fucking time. Now it is not their job to enforce traffic laws. ICE is not legally allowed to enforce traffic laws. It is not their jurisdiction. So there you go. We can all sing that song now. They are not legally allowed to enforce traffic laws. But that's it. That seems pretty simple. They were not, that's not their claim. They weren't claiming that, but that's a lot of people when they bring this up and they want to talk about it, they always want to bring up that he was standing in the road. Okay, well, they don't enforce traffic laws, so.
You said Alex Preddy and Renee Good. Yeah, and
Renee Good also ushered a
Renee
car
Good,
through.
whose car just hit an ICE officer before he opened fire.
I gave you a bunch of examples. I zeroed in on the First Amendment example, saying that sometimes you could find there was obstruction going on in the ICE protests, but that the willingness, even in cases where they were abiding by the law while they were protesting, that spiraled into even death scenarios, and the willingness to lie about that is an example of them not caring about people's ability to protest. Yes, some of them get chaotic, and sometimes people do things that I don't support during protests, but then what about like the rest of the list that I did?
Well, so
just be honest. Go, that's bad. Why is he doing that?
You did throw out a lot there, though, Luke. Like a million
things. This is all in the
things.
context.
Well, I think that says something.
Let me return what
Trump.
you said, Luke Beasley. What you said about January 6th. When you said that you wanted things to be aggressively prosecuted because, and I agree with you, January 6th was an egregious situation. Do you think that people should be aggressively prosecuted when they invade a church in the middle of service? When people are trying to worship God? I mean, the First Amendment, which also protects religious freedom, the free exercise of religion.
Was that rhetorical? Yeah. Yeah. So if there was a story of people beating police officers to get into a church, kicking through the windows, climbing into the church, and then chanting that they wanted to hang the pastor, I do think an example should have been made out of those people as well.
You don't think that interrupting
Stop using the word
middle
invaded.
of service.
They walked into an unlocked door. Like, okay,
well,
the law was broken.
They did scare the families and children, and they shut down the service, and I think that's wrong.
What did I just say? Hey, let me finish my damn thought.
Yeah.
I was saying, and maybe you find a law that was broken by the other protesters, not the person reporting on it, but you just asked me a question about January 6th and saying, comparing that to the church, and I was saying if what happened on January 6th happened at a church, you'd have a bigger deal. I don't think an example needs to be made out of people walking into a church and a kid cries, sorry, I feel bad, and maybe there's some law that was violated and you can hold them accountable. But that's not.
You don't care about the kids crying? Oh my goodness. You have to be held legally responsible if you make a kid cry. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Dude. Come on.
Fitting within the framework that I explained with January 6th at all.
So invading the sanctity of the church service in the middle of it, getting up, shouting, celebrating, shutting it down, yelling at kids in face-to-face, saying your parents are going to hell and your parents are Nazis, that this is somehow just normal protest to you? What is the difference here?
You're not listening to me at all.
All right, guys, I got to reclaim the floor here.
What did I just say, Tyler?
Luke, I think we're at an impasse here.
Shut up,
Viewers will have
Luke.
to decide for themselves how they feel about the church situation and whether they think it is comparable to January 6th or not.
Okay. He does have another video out that finishes that debate. And
we're already seeing movement.
I do want to watch it. So if you guys are over on the vertical stream, we're going to end that now. excuse me, we are going to end the vertical stream now. So we are going to continue stream here on YouTube on a landscape format. So so if you'd like to continue watching with us, we'd love to have you. Click on the channel, and over here on the main page, click on this one, the one with call-in show. It's got me on it, got all of this. It does not have the red dots at the beginning. Click on this one, and there's the stream, and there's all the chatters over here who are watching on this side. Head on over there, and we will continue streaming over there, and yeah, hope to see you there. Later, fools.